Better.
Mine's going, so I'm gonna be. I can't bear to be bored, so I'm gonna eventually save up and pay to get it all done.
What, you're gonna
your
get like a hair
hair?
transplant?
Where you going?
That's
You in
fine. Yeah.
Turkey?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Turkey and get it done.
Chad.
You go with full ginger?
Well, they take it from the back of your head, so it's whatever colour your hair is.
Fuck yeah, more ginger.
Yeah. But I'm gonna do, obviously, get it all done. That's where it's coming out, and then get it thickened as well. So we get like really nice thick locks.
That's gay.
Do I turn my LEDs on? Yeah. Shout out whoever knows this track and doesn't Google it or look at the jukebox.
I assume it's Final Fantasy related.
It's
No,
no.
Is it not?
No, brother.
I don't know it. I looked at it, but I didn't.
It's
I'm not
Silksong.
pretending to know. Silksong mentioned.
Oh, I've never actually played Hollow Knight, so
you're missing
Oh,
out.
you should,
Beautiful
mate. It's
story.
fun. Yeah, story-wise, fun.
Hang on, let me just. Darling wife, stream is up in Discord.
Didn't even have to tap
Ember in
the
his little
sign.
jumper.
Jump.
Swindles. Did you see
What the-
Ember in his little jumper? His little old man
I did.
jumper.
You look like a little old man.
Fuck yeah.
Not even a year old, by the way.
You need like a little flat cap for him now as well.
That's not good. I can't type in Roll20. 1 sec. Oh, that's just not good. I can't type anywhere. Maybe my
Yes,
keyboard is not plugged in.
Keyboards are overrated.
Well, the keyboard's a light though, so it's plugged in.
Just do speech to text. It's fine. It surely work.
What for D&D?
/ roll space.
He speaks in an accent, it just deletes the entire D&D group.
Oh, dick shot.
What, bruh? I'm live. I'm live here.
Most people pay for that.
For free.
We have paid.
Yes, that's fine.
Hey. The question though is this a Patreon situation or one of the other subscription sites?
No, you haven't got a patron yet.
I still don't know if I want to do that or not yet.
Horse.
I love having you on webcam because I can see your reaction.
What have you done?
He's just
No.
gone.
Wait, I'll
Yeah,
take off, I can
fair
see-
flashbang. Cheers, bro.
You fucking took a screenshot.
Alright, we're back.
Wait, did he take?
Sorry.
Wait.
Holding up, just like, look at this photograph.
General.
What the fuck? Whose man's is this?
Those bangs though. Damn, Emily would like. She'd love those.
Okay.
How is everyone? Charis, is yours everything calmed down in your life?
Not really.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a busy time of year, I guess.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Swindles,
Hello.
you're still alive?
Yeah. I mean, I've got a beer on the go.
Oh, good shout. Give me a minute.
It's a good one for it, to be fair.
I've got what have I got? I've got
See what I've got. Anything.
I've got some
fuck have I got?
Disaronno. The Tory vibes are immaculate right now.
Have
What we mentioned
vodka in the
you.
corner.
Actually, that's a good point. I do actually have a bottle of smell or something.
not.
Yes.
That's like the fucking craft beer or something I got fucking years ago that I haven't touched.
What,
No,
like
I've
an
got
IPA?
I've got Moretti.
Moretti, oh, good taste.
Ooh.
It's actually the only beer I enjoy drinking.
You know what I found
Oh.
on tap the other day?
Oh,
It
no.
genuinely like shook me. Asahi.
Out on
Nice.
tap, really?
Yeah, it shook me.
Damn.
Asahi is actually quite nice.
Oh, there it is.
Any beer in a curry house is just god tier. I don't know what it is.
Mm, true, actually, yeah.
Like Cobra, Asahi.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
They
God,
just-
I haven't
they
had
just
that in
hit
years.
I don't know, vegan cider. That's what it is.
I was trying to
Right.
make this a witch's brew.
Was everyone happy with the admin stuff I posted? Everyone's happy with next Sunday?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That should do.
Paris scheduling?
I think so.
I meant more. Did you need time for things to settle down?
Oh, I mean, they probably won't, and there won't be as much of a like this session was a lot to prepare for, which
Sure. Sure. I mean, that's where Serpon comes in.
I didn't actually manage to talk to him at all.
Don't worry, you're not missing
I
out.
know you're busy, so I didn't want to harass you for anything. So
No.
if you'd want to give us a shout, I'm mostly
Well,
free.
Yeah,
The VODs are
I
up,
wanted
so
to. Thank you.
there's no rush.
I'm still here. I'm just making a vodka and coke.
God,
On a work night?
bougie.
I mean, I'm at home and I will be sleeping. It will wear off.
He's going out tonight.
Yeah, gonna go get my hands red.
I still can't get over how good your map is, by the way. It upsets me.
Who's math?
Map.
Oh,
Oh, mine. You literally gave me the shape
Yeah,
of
let's
the
go.
road.
Yeah, but I gave you the shape of the road. Everything else is yours.
Oh, I mean, thank you, I guess.
The little Minecraft sign is a nice touch. 2-week phase one. I got a message from Smudge today, Swindle, saying, "Can we do Vallaki as our Minecraft phase?"
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I was gonna go for Castle Ravenloft, which makes sense.
I don't know. If it was-
How far away are they from Ravenloft?
In what regard?
Like, how many, like...
My brother in Christ, they are inside it.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, obviously it'd be a little bit of a spoiler. I wouldn't mind trying to build it in Minecraft as a map. Yeah.
I would suggest you don't.
Yeah.
Because you would have to look up its layout, and the layout is what gives it its mystery. Because
Yeah.
I don't know its layout.
Ah.
It's so hard. It's so difficult. There's like 25,000 staircases, and they all lead. I literally have a flowchart of staircases. I sent it to Smidge and Jordan. It's interesting.
Is that the word we're using?
Right. Everyone comfy? Got their drinks?
Mhm.
Okay. So then. Last time, with the funeral of Kolyan performed, conversation with Irina and Donovich had, and supplies gathered, your attention turned towards Seer Pool to the west. On your journey, after collecting Irina from Lugdana's knoll, you first encountered a couple of Barovian scouts who informed you that they couldn't find Gertruda, the girl who's currently missing, that Ismark asked you to keep an eye out for. And they also mentioned that the zombie horde had mostly broken, with a few shamblers still kind of roaming around the woods, a family of which they're looking for. And, as luck would have it, or bad luck depending on your vision, you encountered the zombified remains of a family that the scouts were actually looking for, shambling around a large oak tree within the Sphalic woods. And after much deliberation, you finally performed a second burial of the day and found Van Richten's stash, with some holy water and other supplies. But the near conclusion of the journey nearly became the full conclusion of your story so far, as you encountered Strahd on the road to Seer Pool, driven by Escher on his beautiful black carriage coming from Seer Pool. And with introductions, philosophical questions, and a waste of a vial of holy water out of the way, John Smith stupidly challenged Strahd to a duel, and quickly fucked around, and quickly found out, after being subjected to literal torture and forbidden from death. Strahd clearly found the fight quite amusing, and rewarded John Smith with his life, allowing Irina to tend to his wounds as the carriage and accompanying party continue their journey east to Seer Pool. And that is where we left off, with John Smith. You wake up, and you just see kind of Irina her face is just very close to yours, with her ear kind of listening in for your breath, until you wake up and you just hear, "Finally! What were you thinking?" And she just starts kind of ripping and tearing a bunch of bandages and wrapping them around your very, very pale body after losing most of your blood.
John Smith, despite the issues, not one to missed the opportunity. Kind of looks at Irina with a kind of pained but sultry look. I knew you cared about me, with a cheeky smile.
Oh, he's very clearly fine.
And she looks at you, laughs, and goes, "Who else is going to escort me and train me?"
Not the dwarf. As I cough and sputter some blood, trying to laugh.
And a bit of it just kind of goes and splatters Irina's face. She just goes, and just kind of ignores it and doesn't even bat an eye. But you are, for all intents and purposes, currently stabilized on 1 HP.
Hell yeah.
If the wind changes, he's fucked.
A single branch is all it will take.
Trips over a root and dies.
This is
Oh,
your
I-
chance, Grog.
Am I still on the floor? Have I stood up?
Irina kind of holds her hand out to pull you up.
And I'll take it. Trying to put more weight on myself rather than letting her have the full weight of it.
Roll me a strength check.
Oh no. Rips her arm off.
Emily, if you're watching, can I have a set of dice, please?
Hey.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
You pull yourself up, and you know when you get up too quick, you get that rush of blood to your head, and everything just kind of spins for a brief second. That's exactly how it feels, but it's not from blood going to your head, it's from a lack of blood going to your head. As you stand up, and the world is just kind of jelly under your feet. And Irina quickly stabilizes you, but for the most part, you're up and about. And Irina gives you a smirk and says, "On your feet, soldier."
I kind of ruffle the top of her head and limp on past Grok, and I kind of say, with a toothy grin, "Oh, you got to top that one, dwarf."
You want to bark up that tree? By all means.
But I'm alive, barely. Just. What's next? I could do with a bed, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess we continue to the Vistani camp, don't we?
Stay brutal.
Oh
Yes.
no.
The rain has taken a bit more of a toll currently. Don't move your tokens for me. The rain is starting to get a bit heavier, but you don't need a particularly high passive perception to immediately note something. It's not rain. As you look at your hands, and you see a trail of blood kind of forming along the sky on its way towards you, until, with the fluttering of wings and a thud and a crash, a raven with blue-tipped wings crashes into the ground at your feet.
Is it dead?
Alright.
Poke it.
Wait, let's see.
See, blood animations, coming in
I was
clutch.
about to say that.
I walk up to it and you spare the die on it. Just so
Yeah.
it doesn't fucking die.
Okay. As you get a better look at the raven, it's practically at death's door, so it's certainly great that you've done so. But roll me a medicine check. Let's see what you notice.
Nolan.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were asking Nolan a question. You notice a couple of, well, almost a dozen barbs are sticking out of its chest. These silvery-looking kind of pins are just sticking out.
Alright.
With her wings have also been penetrated.
Okay. Irina?
Hmm?
You seem to have some sort of medical knowledge. You might helping me with the raven here.
Of course. And can you roll me an advantage medicine check again, please?
And another one.
Advantage. Lovely.
Oh, hell yeah.
You nimbly kind of pluck out, but as you get about halfway, you begin to hear something on the wind pick up. This cacophony of just mechanical screeches, like metal scraping against metal, followed by a gust of wind and flapping. And then you realize you're being swarmed as you look up into the sky and you see two large swarms of these strange kind of needle-like creatures, until eventually, with a thud, another one approaches. This creature of bone and sinew and straw, all sewn together like a scarecrow, some sick, twisted, malformed scarecrow. You see kind of the muscles act as the joints for the wings. These actual humanoid and also bestial muscles kind of grafted together as it flushes towards you and lands very narrow.
Ah.
It opens its mouth and almost like a taunt, like the scraping of a clock, it's just this mechanical laughter with sparks flying out as its teeth just begin to grate. And it turns its attention to the raven at your feet, lets out a screech, and readies itself to attack. And with that, I will need you all to roll me initiative, please.
Oh. Oh. Yeah.
I forgot to click myself again.
I think I did as well.
One day I will remember.
I thought I was in the right mode.
Oh, yeah.
Same. It's the initiative thing in Majigiri.
It's
Yeah.
just because it's not up yet.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
don't
you
worry.
don't. Come on, music, don't fail me now.
Who's playing?
Oh, not for me.
It was player review, yeah.
Bye.
So
If-
those
Let me refresh
flying,
the page.
those flying thingies are those swarms.
Yes. You
Okay.
see, like, oh, that's the wrong group. You see maybe like 100 of these littler kind of almost kite-looking things forming these kind of black clouds in the skyline as they begin to engulf the very air around you. There we go, I can hear it now.
Isn't that just some decent music?
Sorry?
I like this music.
Yeah.
20 pounds if you can guess where it's from.
Here we go again.
It's not Final Fantasy. There's one other game that perfectly matches Curse of Strahd's themes.
Persona.
It's Bloodborne.
It is.
Oh, £20 here, mate.
You just sent me 5.
Oh fuck.
You sure you wouldn't want sec?
Right. It's not a bad roll. Let me know if music is ever too loud as ever. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. No, Nolan, Jays, what did you roll, please?
One.
Crit or
Yeah, just one.
was that a crit? Oh, it was a crit. Okay,
Yeah,
you'll
just a
skip
one.
a turn then, I'm afraid.
Oh, we need you though. You're the big blaster.
Saber.
Hey, don't worry, you got John. Oh right, yeah, the John on.
Yeah.
How much health again?
Don't count me out just yet, Chief.
Same as your roll, mate. Same as your roll.
Yeah, yeah.
Critical.
I am in danger.
And John Smith?
You got my. Oh, you didn't. I got a 3.
At least
Oh,
it wasn't
dear.
a 1.
Oh, what's yours? Sorry, Saber.
18. It's in the chat, I guess.
Oh,
because you left, didn't
see.
you?
Thank you. I think your mic might be muted if you're trying to talk, sorry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That was that.
That was yeah.
Ah, okay.
Mic check,
Of course.
cheers.
Nope.
No, you
Can't.
can't
I
hear
can
you.
see, can
No,
see,
no,
can see the
still
flapping of
muted.
the mouth, but not the
You
words.
just have to like hold up signs like this, like we're in like a. Oh, what was his name? Oh, that's embarrassing. The black and white like stationary movies.
Oh, Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're reaching for the. Yeah, they're going to put on another. Once again, need to outsource this control of the platform.
Yeah, it was very. Oh, yeah, a bit of downtime. We just to scroll back through the notes.
It's nice that Irina actually has a stat sheet this time though.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
good
nice to know she has some action we can use as well.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Hang on, she's just
Yeah.
getting duplicated. One sec. There we go.
Like helper shit.
Yeah, exactly. I have to remember that that's an option though.
Oh yeah.
She did roll an 8 before, so I'll give her the 8. Okay. Once Sabriel gets their mic working, we'll start off with them.
Oh, sorry if I'm a bit late. Can I use inspiration for my role?
I would say no, just because you are a bit too late.
Yeah.
And you've seen everything else.
That's fair.
I have you on my phone. Hello, I'm back.
Hello, welcome back.
Right, Sabriel, you're up first. As you see this greater creature just screech, clearly much larger than the others, as it plummets, but it's currently kind of floating about 20 foot in the sky, as it's just beelining for the raven.
I
Hopefully the handouts worked, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we got 7 both.
I want to try and move in front of the raven, if that's alright. And can I shoot at it with my longbow?
Yeah, you're certainly in rage.
Yeah. Okay. 22?
22 will hit. Feel free to roll damage.
Stop.
Good stalls.
5.
Okay.
Stop.
Unfortunately, you obviously don't get all your extra attacks. You
Yeah.
can definitely feel when you miss them on the road, can't you? But
Yeah.
you take a shot with your longbow, and it just lands, and it goes straight through the wing, kind of tearing this leathery kind of skin-like texture, as the arrow just continues off into the skyline. But it keeps coming.
I don't think I can bonus action dodge. No, it's just disengage.
Yeah.
Okay. I will just kind of try and stand here and block its path to the raven.
Okay. Grolk, you're up.
Planning on the fact that we're probably not going to go US unless we're directly in the Maybe. Right, I am gonna call out the party. Protect the orc, because, you know, he's not doing the greatest at the moment. I'm going to fall back into a position to try and at least cover him from one side, at least.
Thank you.
Okay.
And, because, yeah, in my head, I'm thinking if John stays there, so yeah, I've called everyone to defend the orc, because I think they're going to go for the raven priority, or anything that's in the way of the raven. So if John stays there, it should in theory be fine if I stay here. John, anything I attack, they'll attack me first rather than John. I'm doing a lot of assuming. Anyway, I'm going to attack that one just normally because I don't think I need Hunter's Mark this time round. Smile.
Okay. Oh dear. That's a bad start. I will need a D100, please.
We
It's
ain't
gonna
winning
be one
here,
of them
Chief.
sessions,
No, hold on. I'm using inspiration because I got it from my conversation on guard duty.
Okay. Reroll. Just make sure you tick it off for me. A 19 will hit.
It's why I was thinking that. It's like, where'd I get that from? Oh yeah, the conversation on guard duty. Whew.
9.
And then damage. That's halfway there.
You plant yourself in front of John, kind of open your body up to kind of make yourself a bigger target, and then you quickly take the shot. Very, very, very smooth movement. And the arrow finds its mark and it pierces through, just kind of like this, as it goes through about 15 or 16 of them at the same time, just within the swarm. You just see these little kind of bodies flourish down like rain onto the floor.
Ah yes, make myself as big a target as possible. The dwarf, interrupt the half-orc. Do I have a step ladder to help me?
My big brother alone! Anything else you
Brother.
want to do?
Wait, is it incest now? Hold
I
on.
was gonna say, brother, hello.
Hey, hold on.
Anything else
What
you
are
want
you
to do?
doing, Stepwalk? No, that's the end of my turn before you get any more.
Okay.
Before we get any more Game of Thrones.
The Greater Strix is going to. It sees what you're doing and it is going to try and make free. Well, Sabriel. Does a 13 hit?
Me?
Yep.
No. 14 on the plus.
Oh, I need to update your token then, because your token says 13.
So why
Dang it.
fucking ask?
Because I was realizing I don't like doing the game for you. A 7 obviously won't hit, but I imagine a 24 will. So one hit as it kind of charges towards you, but as it's still breaking that distance, you see its tail kind of rears over its head like a scorpion, and these long silvery barbs just get thrusted and thrown in your direction. And you manage to bat the first couple away, but a dozen of them manage to find themselves as about 12 of these short little barbs pin you in the shoulder for 8 damage in total. But then it circles around to here where it will end its go. This swarm is going to nip in for Nolan.
I thought,
Mhm.
right, okay.
And with a 10 to hit,
No.
it will fail. And will try to move back away, giving you an attack of
Allow
opportunity
me.
if you so wish.
Fuck yeah, brother. Wait. Wait. I just need to update my page. Give me a second.
Yeah, you've not just had 2 weeks.
Oh no, I click on the thing, but it doesn't roll in.
Oh, I see. There was an update for the D&D Beyond thing. I got a website for it today pop up.
But I've rolled from the previous week, like in this debate,
should-
but
yeah.
I can't roll with the
Mm.
fucking thingamabob now.
Oh, you rolled the
Yeah,
yeah.
medicine. You rolled the medicine before. So some rolls worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, must work.
Go click on features
Alright.
and traits to update
Slash.
yourself first.
Features and traits. Where the fuck is that?
I figured out how to use Beyond 20.
Features and traits. Yeah, there we
You
are.
click on
Yeah,
that, it might update itself and then try rolling again.
I'll roll.
Just roll it on D&D Beyond, I believe you.
20 plus 3. Plus 3. Yeah.
Okay. As you try to swing, they're so fast, so nimble, with these little needle-like beaks that you're just caught completely off guard. You just kind of flurry your arm out, but it's too late. They're back in the sky. This swarm is going to do the same, only it is going to come for you, James.
Yay.
And as they kind of occupy the same space as you, even, literally surrounding you, you actually lose sight of James for a bit, as this kind of black cloud just engulfs him. But James, with a 16 to hit,
Yeah.
you just feel these constant pecks, things tearing away at your skin, like you're in a pit of needles just tearing away, and you will take 3 piercing damage, where they eventually just fly off, again giving you an attack of opportunity if you so wish.
I can't use magic on an attack of opportunity, can I?
Has to be a melee attack, I'm afraid, unless you get a Warcaster feat at level 4.
Ah, yes, I will attempt to stab them with my dagger.
Okay, roll me a d20 plus your dex if you want to use the finesse perk of it. And with an 8 to hit, same as you, you're so caught flat-footed that by the time you've even drawn your dagger, they're back. They're miles away. And so Irina's turn. John Smith, you are up next. Irina quickly draws her rapier and is going to go here to go for a stab. And with a 21 to hit, she will deal 7 piercing damage as she grabs her rapier and thrusts it straight into the Strix, which rears its head and looks at her deadpan in the eyes, and it's very clear that she's the next target. For Irina's remainder, she is going to take the help action, where she is going to try and, well, she basically grabs the Strix and pulls it to the floor with her left hand as she's thrusting with her right, just grounding it. And she turns around and goes, if one of you want to hit it, now would be a good time! And John Smith, you're up.
John Smith, somewhat kind of annoyed with the fact that he's got himself into the fight with Strahd and he's suffering a bit. And then the region of Barovia has the audacity to send more enemies our way when we haven't fully recovered. What kind of happens is his echo almost has a will of its own and just appears suddenly, almost as if his rage is now taken over and he doesn't need to do an action to summon his echo. It just appears because of his anger.
Would you say he is untethered and his hate is now unbound?
Yeah. And I would like to spawn it here, please, just underneath the swarm.
Okay. Best I can do is none of that because I alt-tabbed to Discord like a mug.
Yeah, we saw the camera freeze.
Oh, we did.
You know
There
the
you
rules.
There we go. Thank you. Let me
So
just.
Josh Smith, say goodbye.
Okay.
Nolan, you are up next. Please have a think.
And he will just, with greatsword in hand, he will attempt to swing on that swarm.
Okay, roll to hit.
Yeah.
And with a 9, it's not enough. Your wounds almost get translated to your echo, which looks sluggish in its movement, to say the least. As it tries to bring this greatsword up, it struggles. And the swarm is just enough out.
I kind of just, as a sigh of defeat, I just shout off, fuck, and then my turn.
Okay, Nolan, you're up with Sabriel after. James, I'm afraid with the crit fail, you will be missing your first go.
So, Javes the Crow, John, and Sabriel, fucking everyone in our team, I guess. Prayer of Healing.
Fuck yes. How much?
Okay.
22 health. For 6 people within around me.
22 each or 22 shared?
22 each.
Shit.
Yeah. So everyone's back in business, having fun.
Okay.
John Smith is back, baby.
I'll walk up to the Scarecrow, the big one, and I tell Irina to back off and take care of the crow, whilst I keep it here.
Okay. Was your prayer a spell? An action, sorry?
Yeah, it was an action.
Okay. As you try to heal the raven, you see your energy kind of wash over it, but nothing happens to the raven, and it continues begging for help.
Oh. Did my talking, was that a bonus action?
It wouldn't have been, though.
Nice. Can I see if I since I'm of a cleric from the life aspect and things, can I see if it's undead? Like if it's reanimated?
What, the raven?
Yeah. Since
Sure.
the healing magic didn't do anything to it.
Roll me a Arcana check.
Ooh. That's gonna be bad.
You notice that the barbs kind of took most of the healing energy and then dissipated it out.
Didn't
into
we
the
pull
air.
them
We
out?
got, but they pulled up.
We got rid of them.
You pulled out half of them.
Or half.
Ah, shit.
Oh, for
It was
fuck's
a
Alright,
critical
keep forgetting,
success. That's
ignore this.
mean.
Which fucking button is it?
All of them.
Mash them until I get it right.
And the raven opens its mouth to you, Sabriel, and it goes, "Help! Help!" And you recognize the voice. It's one of the villagers from the village of Barovia. And you recognize that it's using mimicry to try its best to communicate.
Oh.
Is it ravens that have mimicry? I thought it was crows.
No ravens.
Here's ravens.
Okay.
Javes, you miss a go, so Sabriel, you're up with Grolk coming up next.
Car, motherfucker.
I'll just stand
Help
here.
action is still on the greatest strokes with Irina.
How's your medicine rolls feeling?
If I wanted to pull, try and pull things out, that'd be an action.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanted to roll a medicine check, it would be an action, yeah.
What exactly is Sabriel pulling out?
The rest of the pins, the rest of the metal spikes.
Okay.
Sure.
Your stream, bro.
Look, this is a serious game, okay?
Serious? Have you seen these rolls? The only thing serious is our lack of karma.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'll just kneel down and try and like pull the things out as fast as I can.
Okay. Roll me a medicine check.
12.
And as you pull out the final barb, you notice the blood around the raven begins to get sucked back into its wound, where it regains its complexion. As this stream of blood kind of flows along the dirt path and enters back into the raven's body, where it then hops onto its 2 feet and hops onto your shoulder and goes, "Attack!"
That's what, sorry?
Attack.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I can do anything for bonus action. I'm gonna just back up a little bit with the raven, if that's alright.
Okay. Alright,
Thereupon,
Roll.
move your mic away.
you're up.
Thank you.
Right. That greater one, it's just been pulled to the floor, hasn't it? It's not prone or anything, it's just...
You would still have advantage with the help action.
Oh.
Do any of you read my messages?
Yeah.
Irina has the ability to use her bonus action to use the help action, which means she can give you the first person to hit that mob advantaged.
I just thought because it was the way it was pulling, I wasn't sure if that was classed as that.
Sure.
That's why. I knew it was advantage. Like,
It's more just me being descriptive.
So it's only for one attack, though.
Yes, correct. Or the beginning of her next go, which is actually after you.
Make
And
it
after
count.
this weapons.
Because if it tries to move away, I get to when I guaranteed it.
It is
No. Look at me
it's
with
just
my
a normal
dagger.
hit.
Swarm, or anything like that. I'm gonna hit this bad boy over here once again.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Yep.
There we go, he's so back. Can you roll me a d100 and roll damage?
Imagine if that roll was on the greater strokes. With advantage, not that it matters, but still.
Listen, when you get a dice that hits, by all means.
When you
Alright.
take a turn.
Yeah, when I get to act.
That, you know, that too.
Okay.
Right,
You...
Okay. So,
Okay,
got
let's see the damage. And it has been hit, so you do have your Giant Slayer.
and Colossus Slayer. So that's 11 in total.
Okay.
Is that 9 piercing damage with your advantage?
This is not. I think you need to double
Thank
all
you.
of this. So you can double the 9, basically.
That's 18.
Or you can re-roll it. We can actually set your... Oh no, you will use D&D Beyond, don't you? Never mind.
I'm using
Th-
roll.
There is
In
there
Roll20, you can set it to do crit for you automatically.
is a way of doing it in D&D Beyond as well.
I'll take... if I look at your character sheet quick, Grok, where it has the damage, it says damage type 2, or damage 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, no it doesn't, it says crit. Where it says crit, it should be 2d8.
Yes.
Did you just add that?
No, it was already in there.
Then I have no idea why... Hang on.
You get there's. Hang on, let me just test
It's
something
probably because
quickly.
I would probably have to hit longbow in that roll because I guess it's counted as 2 different rolls.
Shouldn't do.
I'm just going to try longbow, I'm just going to disregard this roll happens.
Yeah, there you go. It's double the damage.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
because-
I'll give you the 18, which is enough. As you take your shot, and it's so perfect. It lines up as they're kind of mid-movement, and you just skewer them like a kebab.
Right.
As the weight of all these bodies on your arrow just actually causes it to fall back down to the floor. And the swarm with the remaining Strix just subside and flush into the air.
There you go.
Which means, unfortunately, your critical bonus is pointless because you would have had advantage on them next round as well.
Yeah. But no, because I did it 2 separate clicks on the sheet because I roll it in
Okay.
the sheet. I didn't click on longbow in the chat.
Sure. Okay.
In the chat, it'll realise it was a crit. But from the sheet...
I mean, it's not hard to double a number, I guess.
Yeah, and I got the same number.
Yeah, exactly. Although the calculations are wrong looking at it. You've done 2d8. It's rolled a 1d8 and a 2d... I don't know. We'll have a look around. Anyway. Anything else you want to do?
I'm just gonna move to the right side here to try and just see what here. Yeah.
Okay.
Go here just to cover the orc from the right hand side, and then I'll end with it.
Okay. The Greater Strix stares Irina, and as it rears its claw to strike at her, it stops moments away from her face, and it's clear it's going to hit. She's not focusing, she's so focused on gripping it, but it stops itself. And it lowers its hand and then slashes at Nolan instead,
Fuck yeah. That's why I'm there.
with a 20 to hit, a 13
Hits.
to hit, and a 13 to hit.
20 hits.
Tries to flurry its claws at you, going past Irina, very clearly missing her, and going for you. You're so caught off guard by this, it manages to connect quite deep in your side with this big claw mark, and you notice now the claws are actually bone. They're not what you would typically expect. It's clear that this creature has been kind of grafted together. It's not natural in the slightest. But you will take 9 slashing damage in the process. And as it tries to bite at you, you quickly shove it back, and it doesn't get a chance to nibble. This swarm is going to... Does your Echo get an attack of opportunity?
It does.
Then it has no choice. It will go... It's not smart enough. It kind of envelops your Echo, leaving nothing but this black cloud. And with a 22 to hit,
It hits.
It will deal 7 damage
Okay, it's gone.
Anyway.
as the
Step.
echo dissipates. And the swarm kind of begins to go closer to Grog, where it'll end its go. Irina, now, with her help action ending, is very noticeably confused and worried about what's going on, and she is going to take a panic stab at the creature with her rapier, with a 22 to hit, with a 9 piercing damage, and she just thrusts straight forward. And with the thrust, she kind of grabs the other side of her rapier, almost damaging her own hands, and she pulls it down, trying to bring it back to the ground. And she goes, once again, anytime! And we'll give the first person to hit it a help action. John Smith, you're up.
Again, not even no movement from John whatsoever. The echo just mysteriously suddenly reappears again. And as
Literally behind him.
I feel like I can't give your echo flank.
No, you can't because it doesn't get flank.
Yeah. Okay.
But as this echo starts to reanimate and form again, you can already see its great sword is in the air, ready to swing before it's even fully manifested itself.
Wait, so you can create it and swing in the same turn.
Next, it's a bonus action.
No. Well, it's a bonus action to summon it, and then it's an action to attack.
That's so strong.
Yeah.
Literally a free
Did you-
range
did you-
attack for a melee character,
Yeah.
and a free teleport at the same time if you choose to.
Yeah.
It's a bit broken.
No, the teleport is a bonus action, so I can't summon and swap.
I
at
thought
the
it was
same time.
tied to its
hang on,
existence
let
when you choose to
me-
attack. My bad.
1 second, let me have a look.
I mean, you're right. It is infinite use. It's just it boggles my mind how strong that is because the birds would just never be able to get to you. They'd always have to peck it to get rid of it.
Do you want to know what's funny? Wait until we get the wait until
Yeah.
level 4. and
I
I get...
thought it was level 5 where you get your Unleash Incarnate.
No. So I've got Unleash Incarnation now.
Oh, I'm thinking of Echo.
Yeah.
Echo Avatar.
But at level 4, instead of taking extra stats, Joe, the strength,
Oh,
whatever,
you're picking a feat. I see.
I could take Sentinel,
Yeah, fair enough.
which would be powerful for attacks of opportunity.
It's fine. You'll when multi-attack is a thing, your Echo becomes a lot less helpful. Because the first might get rid of it, and then everything else will just go to you.
Yeah, of course. But with a 10 to hit.
A 10 to hit on the swarm.
Yes.
Once again, it's not enough. As you see your Echo just try to swing, the creatures are just too fast for the sluggish nature of a greatsword. And they continue kind of swarming towards Grolk. And unless you want to do anything else.
I just need to read something quickly to make sure I get it right. So with this one, would you say I have to make a successful hit before I could use it?
No, you've taken the attack option.
So I could just do that again?
Yeah.
Success
Okay.
doesn't seem to be a part of it.
No, it's
Okay.
the same as Yu-Gi-Oh rules, just what you see is what happens.
Okay. I just wanted to double check first.
Yeah, of course,
So-
thank you.
Obviously, 2 swings, 2 misses. It's
We're gonna
not going
miss.
well.
Since you are,
Fuck
Would you
off,
say-
Joe.
do you
I'm-
swap? No. Do you swap positions with your Echo for a moment when this happens?
No.
Okay.
We've discussed this.
You can choose
Yeah,
to.
we
You can
did.
choose to. Like the
My-
actual teleport is a bonus action, but he can choose if he wants
Yeah,
to. Like,
okay, thank you. I didn't know if this would get advantage or not because of flank. Because
No,
if you
no.
swap positions with your Echo, it would be a flank technically.
My head canon is when the Echo attacks and makes an attack, its rage and its anger is so great as it attacks, it makes itself solid for a moment.
But unfortunately, with another
No,
10,
wait. Now, mate, I'm using my fucking inspiration because that's just pissing me off.
enjoy your 9.
inspiration on a swarm.
Yes, let's go.
Okay. No. I'm calling this out right now. You said we're gonna know when the randomness is apparently random. Nah. This is
What the
rigged.
What the?
Stop the dice count. Stop
Someone-
the dice count.
Someone clip that right now.
Stop the count.
Clip that right now. Chat. Clip that.
Stop the count.
We have lost Swindles for the rest of the session, but unfortunately, no, it's still too sluggish. And just as you try to bring it on the backswing, they're already out the way.
Okay, and I'll move there, and then my go.
It's a good job this isn't going to be a combat-heavy session.
Question: why the fuck are you on top of me?
Oh yeah. Nolan, you are up. James, you are coming up next.
Since I'm apparently the fucking worst at hitting with my mace, I'm gonna use
not just
Guiding
you, pal,
Bolt and
don't
hope
worry.
for the better.
You can't be any worse than me at the moment. Why have you moved my thing there?
Because you were
Because
on
you're on top of
me.
Grog.
No, I'm not. Grog's here.
No, I am literally said I've moved
That's a
up to
15
block
hit.
Right.
Well, your character's here.
That's weird. What about now?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
All right, so I'll.
Yes.
Okay.
that's a
I'll move
15
on.
hit.
You can roll again for advantage. Because Irina is
Oh.
currently giving you the help action.
Fuck yeah, brother.
Okay. Irina kind of grabs her rapier by her hand, and you see it actually tear into her flesh a bit more. There's a little bit of blood. And she yanks down, she tears through, and the creature rears its head in pain as it just kind of tries to flap its wing. And that gives you the perfect opening to just Guiding Bolt straight for the neck. And it hits beautifully for 15 damage,
Fuck yeah.
giving the next person to swing advantage. Because Guiding Bolt. James, you're up. Sabriel, you're up next.
Appreciating the
Your
guidance.
attack on the creature will be advantage on greater strikes, yeah, just in case.
Yeah, I was listening. Said it like 10 seconds ago.
You haven't met
yes,
my other group.
That's a shame. Yes, appreciating the guidance from Nolan. I am going to, and also with a slight amount of fury at my inability to do anything competently so far, I'm going to unleash a Scorching Ray on the Strix.
Okay, only the first one will be advantaged, the other two will not, by definition of guidance. In fact, let me Google that.
Because he's getting an advantage on this, does this go towards the guidance counter?
It is a form of guiding.
I don't actually know how that would work, because by definition from guidance, it's the first attack, but Scorching Ray is technically 3 attacks. I think
3 attacks or 3 hits?
I mean, it's 1 attack, but 3 instances.
it's 3
of hit.
attacks. No, it's 3 attacks, because you have to roll to hit 3 times with Scorching Ray. You're thinking of Magic Missile.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think it would be very mean to not give you, cause since it does less damage, so I'll give you all 3 advantaged.
Okay, no problem.
I think that's fair. But I actually don't know. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's actually an interesting tidbit.
Think about this, because you owe him now. For
I mean-
allowing you to do 3.
One of them at least would have missed. Maybe 2.
All 3 will hit.
Let me just...
Look,
You can see the mild shock settling on the face there.
I'm getting flashbacks. Em, are you watching? I'm getting flashbacks to Dave saying his fire damage is a double because it's made of straw.
I am
He was so
going
adamant
to,
for it as well.
That is 29 damage.
James
I am
clearly
going
looks
to...
pissed.
Hello. I'm going to empower the second dice.
Okay.
So I am genuinely pissed. So I'm going to use my final remaining sorcery point to re-roll the final damage and turn it into a 9.
Oh,
So 33.
It makes the difference by 1. As you immolate this thing, it just engulfs in flames, and with this just mechanical screech into the air, it tries to flap its wings, but they're too damaged from Irina breaking it with the rapier, and it just can't get away until there's nothing but a pile of ash in front of it, as it's just all engulfing it in this sphere of fire. But there is still a swarm going.
Oh, do you?
unfortunately.
Sabriel, you're up. Grolk, you're next. Very nice hit, James. Very nice hit. 33 damage is wild.
Thank you.
I'm gonna back up a little bit more.
Okay.
And then using my longbow that I think I still, shortbow that I still have out, I'm gonna try and take a shot at the.
Okay. Swarm.
Yeah. Why did I move that? I think it was here.
Yeah, you've moved 20 foot. Oh, 15 foot by my destination calculation.
Okay. 16. Did it swarm?
16 will hit. You can roll damage plus your bonus attack since there is someone within 5 foot of it. Or sneak attack, I should say.
That's 4. 9 damage. Plus
Okay.
3.
12 damage. Okay. As half the swarm, your bolt goes through, and half the swarm, well, a quarter of it kind of goes down, and the other quarter just kind of quickly flutters away, clearly panicking and just flying off into the distance. But the swarm still remains at large, trying its best to get to Grok.
Is this like tree and stuff here?
Mhm.
Can I use the remaining how much? Like 10 feet? Do I have 10 feet of movement left?
Yeah.
To here with the raven and just try and like move at the very least out of sight of the swarm. Just say
Okay. Roll me a hide action.
to the raven. Um, 20.
Okay. And we'll come to Grok.
Right, so we said close range. I'm gonna have disadvantage to try and shoot at that for many reasons, I feel. Right, okay, and swapping to my melee weapon would take both my action and bonus action, wouldn't it?
What about using your fists?
That's where I was going, don't worry. That was the plan. Alright, first of all, shout for John to back up and give us a bit more space, just because I would like to reposition at some point, so he's going to get in the way, so I'm asking to back up and give more space. And I am going to drive closer and hit them with my fist with an unarmed
Okay.
strike.
Oh shit! If you so when you do your attack, if you right click it, you can do crit damage rolls.
When I right click that unarmed strike, you think, yeah?
If you the damage part, if you right click it, you'll have the option to that will give you crit damage
On the
Okay.
sheet.
on D&D
On
Beyond.
D&D
I'm not
Beyond.
using Beyond, I'm back on roll 20.
You
Oh
are.
okay. Oh okay.
That's
What
fine,
I'm
just
saying is when
roll
I click-
damage. It
when I
should
click the
automatically do it
weapon-
when you click in the bottom
Yeah,
right.
When I click in the
There you
trap, it should.
Unfortunately, unless you have unarmed fighter, that does look quite accurate.
Yeah.
Mhm. Any monks?
Actually, I don't think that is accurate. One sec.
I
It
may have
is.
edited it wrong because I.
No, it should be
It should be
unarmed
1d4,
strikes.
I thought.
No, it's just straight 4 damage, or straight damage.
I've got it as 1 plus my strength modifier.
1 plus your strength, yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
what it
have
should
no
be.
strength modifier.
That's your
You
problem.
haven't-
Can you roll me a d100 though, please? You can shoot into melee, by the way. I don't punish that.
It was just disadvantage, so.
Okay.
I was like, if I miss, someone else should buy me, kill fucking John.
I'll do that with NPCs since you want to
What
play
the fuck
that
am I
then.
doing this? You got healed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you just look like a really good friend. 54. Okay. Sure, fuck it. If you so wish, you can try to disarm.
What?
The swarm?
Let
Let-
me roll me a roll me a strength check, please.
I am intrigued. I'm
Roll me an
deeply.
Roll me an athletics check.
Athletics check. Okay.
He's happier now. Never mind.
Okay. As you try to just kind of punch, you land it perfectly, knocking out at least a couple of the Strix as they just flutter to the floor. But you continue to kind of try and big yourself up to kind of get them to focus and kind of intimidate them. And as you do, it's not enough, as they just continue looking. And unless you want to do anything, they are going to immediately retaliate.
Well, I can now react. I can't run away because
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
I still have my movement and bonus action, don't I? So in theory I could disengage and run the fuck away, but that would go against what I'm currently trying to do.
Disengage isn't a bonus action, though.
An action.
Oh, it's an action. Right, I can get that.
It's only
Unless
a
you're a rogue.
bonus action for the rogue.
They just
Or
suddenly-
Irina.
You just mentioned
Or
rogue,
Irene?
and suddenly the camera goes dead, like they just proc stealth.
See,
At
I,
the
I
mention
read
of their
it.
role.
Sabriel casts hide.
Right,
It's a good hide as well.
yeah.
The crow's just kind of looking at you know that like 1,000-yard stare. That's how the crow's just Raven's just staring at them.
So, right. Fuck it, I already said I was going to do this bit, even if it's not necessary anymore. So I'm just going to stand my ground and end my turn and just realise death is coming for me.
And the swarm is going to
Exaggeration
try its
much?
best to peck you. But
Well-
since it's less, actually that's the wrong roll because it's technically below half HP. Well, that doesn't help. As the swarm is mostly subsiding, there's not actually that many of it left, and with a 20 to hit, you will take 1 piercing damage.
Woo! Death is coming for you.
I
Woo!
don't know how I'm going to financially recover from this. I'm going to be real.
Yes, your health is tied to your finances. Sounds like a
Of
dwarf.
interest. Does your echo count as like a spectre? Like, could someone occupy the same space as it?
Yes, technically.
Could someone pass through it for free?
It is for all intents and purposes a spectre that can attack things.
In that case, Irina is going to go for the flank on top of you. I'm just going to shove you out the way.
Yeah,
And with an advantage. And with a 14 to hit, she will hit for a further 5 piercing damage. And as she does so, she just kind of waves her rapier around, forcing the swarm to kind of panic. And it gives the next person to take a go the easy opportunity to get some plenty of swings. John Smith, you're up.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, I'll just check your record there.
But obviously I'm in the same space as Irina.
Yeah.
So essentially, Irina's just in this mist of black, and all she sees is just arms come up and the flat of a blade come in to try and just knock all of these bird-looking things out the sky.
Okay, roll a hit with advantage. Thank you, Luke. That is perfect. That is the definition I was looking for.
Nice.
Which one do you want to hit?
Anyone will hit.
Oh, yes.
I like the references as well, nerd.
What? Oh.
Spot the
oh.
college worker. What do
So,
you
yeah.
use, Harvard?
That's not Harvard referencing.
No, I know. But would you use Harvard?
I
Like-
wouldn't. Fuck reports.
No. I would. I have
So-
to.
They're the ones to speak to on that topic.
21
Fine.
will hit, you can roll damage.
Yeah, finally getting a good swing with the flat of the blade. I will do.
1 damage.
Hell yeah. 14 damage.
And with just 1 clean sweep, you bring the end to the swarm as it just falls and drops dead. And with that, combat is over.
No.
Jake,
Being
can
a
you
lot-
see my health bar?
Sorry?
Can you see my health bar on the token?
Yes.
Has it updated for you?
You've taken 1 damage.
Oh, it's just my bar isn't updated, but every other stat says it has. It's just a visual thing then. Radio.
What is your health currently?
It's 30. I'll just send a screenshot of what I mean, because it's updated on every stat except the display stat on there. Like, it's fine.
I wouldn't worry
It's-
too
It
much.
probably just requires a reload.
As the last of the lesser Strix display just falls to the floor, John
I see.
breathes like a sigh of relief, and his echo just kind of just blows away in the wind and disappears.
I walk past Irina and say, really well done.
Fucking
Really
mate, I ain't reading
Well
all
done.
that shit. Give me a TLDR.
Later. We'll do that at the end of the session. We'll have a little campfire talk at the end of the session. aftercare, as the other DMs call it. Irina kind of looks at you and goes, "Thanks, but I don't know. I feel like I could have done a lot better."
No, you did more than enough. That helped a lot. Really well done.
Thanks.
And you
And she
know
just
them.
kind of looks at her hand and goes, "Pfft."
Are you
Whoops.
right?
"Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. It looked cool though, right?"
It did. It did.
And she just kind of bandages her own hand just a little bit. It's not particularly like blood pooling out. It just looks quite tender.
Can I see if it's might be some like poison in it or something that can infect the wound and make it bad? Worse.
Roll a medicine check.
Fuck yeah, brother.
And she chuckles and goes, "You're worse than Ismark. Honestly, it's fine.
It's my job.
I haven't even paid you yet."
Well,
No, it is just a minor wound, like a scratch.
yeah, it looks all clean.
It's a flesh wound. Your bloody arm's off.
You would
No,
know,
that's you.
John.
John's kind of like just bouncing up and down on his tiptoes now, kind of shadowboxing with the air. I feel great.
Oh my god, John, look out! It's Strahd behind you.
At the word Strahd, I kind of flinch a little
Too
bit.
soon.
She giggles and says, "For the record, I want you to teach me that fire as well."
I believe I could try. Not everyone's magically adept, but there may be some talent in you.
Is the Raven okay? And the Raven kind of... the Raven just kind of looks at you all, just deadpan-eyed, and just... It uses its mimicry feature, just kind of purr like a cat as it rubs against Sabriel. And it just nods in a thanks.
Kind of give it a scratch on the
And it just kind of lifts up like that. Just kind of... And it just kind of rustles its feather, and the blue feather just kind of goes up and down, just kind of shaking as it kind of whips its wing back and forth.
It seems to be okay now. I don't.
You can roll me a
if
medicine check.
anyone, yeah.
Oh, you... I thought you were
yeah,
talking in character. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
I mean, it did seem okay from the last one I did. But yeah, I'm going with it. It seems to be okay now. I don't know if any of you caught that whilst we were dealing with those creatures, but as soon as I took the spines out of it, it was like all the blood that had pooled on the floor went back into the raven, which
Magic.
is definitely a bit odd.
Well,
And the Raven just goes,
Not like magic.
See,
not
it's
magic or
perfectly-
not odd.
It's perfectly normal for ravens to do that here. Isn't that right, good chap?
I'd like to just take a general look at the area on the ground, see if I can find any bushes with like any berries or nuts or seeds around anywhere. Just to give something
how
for the
much
bird.
time are you spending? Oh, I see, just for the bird. Okay, roll me a survival check.
Would I be able to recognize whether or not it was magic, Jake? Like a magical ability or something?
What, blood going back into a wound?
Well, for the raven, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, 'cause
it
that's-
seems a little bit.
Perfectly normal,
very
yeah. That just
normal.
happens in nature.
Like, regardless of whether or not the raven says
Sure,
it's totally normal.
I too get
I
shanked in the
doubt
heart,
it's
and
blood.
when the knife comes out, blood goes back in again.
Yeah,
I mean, we've just
you
seen
know,
what
I had
happened
a- I had
to
a
you.
feeling.
I mean,
Well, yeah.
I would say, since you're new to this land, you just don't know.
Mhm.
Could be.
Yeah.
Unlikely. It's not something you would expect. If only there was a Baronian to ask.
Irina?
Speaking...
This,
Hmm?
this,
Yeah?
what?
What are you saying? What you asked? You got her attention.
No, Jeeves started saying something.
No, that was me.
James always talks.
Oh.
Gabriel, what do you want?
Always is a strong word.
Do you... does this happen with the ravens normally, when they're injured?
I can't say that's normal, no.
yeah, that mate. She's calling you a liar.
No, I believe them. And Irina genuinely looks a little flustered, like, caught off her feet. It's like no. Like that's not what I'm saying. It's just I've never seen that before. It might be. I mean, it's very rare for ravens to be attacked like that.
I was going to say, have you seen an injured raven before?
Of course, we've seen them killed before. Not
Speak-
every raven has a happy ending, but
Speaking of being attacked,
Oh,
Irina,
those spikes.
what
let
spikes?
James carry on for a sec.
What spikes?
Sorry.
No, go on. What spikes now?
Oh, the spikes that were in the crow. Can I pick them up because of the healing, draining qualities and shit?
Sure.
I
Sweet.
was thinking about them.
I suppose it's
Good
Strahd's
I'm gonna
call,
give
so-
them to Sabriel because she's good at throwing things.
Do you reckon you could kind of like not retroactively, you could kind of modify them in a way, so if you
Like
use
file
them,
them?
no, you could do like a life steal thing.
I'm not sure we should be messing around with magic we're not really sure about, but each to their own.
I can at
Okay.
least try and investigate and try and.
I don't know where
find
you
some
guys
more
have come
information.
from, but there are powers here that you should be careful of just immediately getting involved with.
After
I
our
mean,
encounter
we
in
are
Crossroads, I think
involved.
that's an understatement. But
Yes.
Irina, I couldn't help but notice during the fight the creature it had, well, daggers for you, and hesitated. Do you?
I know. I saw it too. I just thought I was clearly that intimidating. And she just kind of goes like,
Perhaps to smaller creatures, stares at Grog. But has anything like this happened before?
I can't say it has. I've had to fight before, but I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I guess the question is, what was this thing? Where did it come from? Who? What? Where? Why? More
And Irina just kind of
questions.
prods the body of the greatest strix of her rapier and goes,
What fucking body? It's fucking.
"Oh, I just removed bodies so combat doesn't get messy. It is
Oh, yeah,
there.
yeah.
Well, the bodies are there."
Okay.
She kneels down, just looks and goes, "It's not something I've seen before."
Can I try and inspect the ashes and, from what I recall, prior to burning it to pieces, and see if I can
Oh, sure.
determine what kind of, maybe like origin of its parts, maybe if it was like constructed or if it's like a natural creature?
Yeah, sure. Roll me an investigation check, please, darling.
Yes, boss. I am. How curious am I? Not curious and not. I don't think the information's worth it. No, I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll help him.
You could guidance him, to be fair.
Yeah, guidance.
Guidance.
We're so back.
We are so back.
Can I
We
help
are
and
so
guidance
gone.
at the same time
It's
so
so
he
over.
gets advantage?
I would say you can't exactly help with an investigation for something you're not really sure on.
True.
But
Fucking true.
annoyingly, the 1 does make a difference. With a 10, you recognize, like, there's a bit of the kind of body still left. It's not all ash. There's still a bit of, like, limbs kind of thrown about. It's actually bleeding. There was blood drawn from it, but at a closer inspection, you see, like, a combination of kind of, like, wolf muscle and sinew, elk, a couple of kind of raven feathers. It's kind of, and even what unfortunately you recognize to be human skin within the wings. It's been crafted, for sure. It's not a natural creature.
Yes.
And
Well-
that's quite clear. If you could almost argue that think of it as like a steampunk creature, only without gears. It's using actual physical muscle as those gears.
Mhm. Well, this
So flesh punk.
creature clearly has been made from the parts of other living creatures, and sadly, humanoid ones as well.
And The raven kind of raises its head and goes.
Ah, it
That
seems the
means we're
raven is
right.
impressed by my deduction. Glad to know. After all, this raven seems to appreciate our efforts, not only now, but perhaps during a siege of a nearby village.
And it just kind of turns its head and looks at you.
Surely not every raven in Barovia is blue-tipped.
And it just kind of goes.
What's that supposed to signify?
Just like remove the blue paint.
Hmm. I'm not sure if guardian angel is the right term, but
Guardian Raven.
mayhaps.
As it tries its best to imitate a laugh.
Well, for all intents and purposes, it almost helped us in its crash landing, so hey, all's well that ends well.
You gonna be sticking with us, little fellow?
And it looks at you, almost inquisitively.
Maybe if you pick up Speak of Animals, we
I
could
asked
do.
a yes or no question and it can nod. Fuck off, John.
It kind of goes. Like it looks like it's thinking about it.
Did I find any seeds, nuts, berries with an 8?
So nothing you're sure is not poisonous.
I'm not sure it's poisonous.
I would say you found berries, but whether or not they're able to be eaten is a different question.
Hmm.
Well, surely the fucking hell words. Surely the bird would be smart enough to know whether something's poisonous or not, since it forages.
Or just like lay them out in a smorgasbord of berries.
Okay, I with the berries in my hand, I kind of hold them up in front of. I assume the bird's still on Sabriel's shoulder. I hold them up in front of the beak and going, well, how about now? Are these safe to eat? Would you like these if you stay with us?
And it kind of pecks at your hand to make you drop the berries, and then it goes.
Take that as a no then.
And then it kind of sits on Sabriel's shoulder, jumps up, and just kind of goes, and just kind of points towards Sirpool.
Maybe we should get going.
It seems like you want us to go back to the village, right? Right?
All perception?
The village. Somebody
Is it
had
saying we're boring, or does it want to sleep?
No. Someone's had Hollow Knight music on, so he's taking inspiration from one of the creatures. I think we press on.
Right?
May as well.
Aye. On to
Okay.
the
Got a
siege,
lot
well.
of story to go through.
Maybe the bird could scout ahead to see if there's any dangers.
And it just looks at
Which-
you, just ignores you.
Which direction did it... We'd have to recollect. Which direction did the bird come from when it was sort of...
It looked
approaching
like
us?
from
This
below
map
us,
is
there's-
inverted, by the way. So obviously you're actually going north to get to Sirpool. So this is technically north this way.
What were you
For
going to say?
sake of
Seven?
confusion.
Or Grog?
What? Why? It's of your farm. Alright. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Grog, what were you going
What are you
to
going
say?
to say, Grog?
I was about to say it's from that direction because that's where the blood spatters were, weren't they?
Correct.
Yeah.
It came from Sirpool's direction, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will once again just post this while traveling through the forest.
Mhm.
You're not really traveling through a forest. In fact,
Damn it.
it's more akin to a mountaintop, as the road gradually disappears and is eventually replaced by a twisted, muddy path through the trees. Deep ruts in the earth are evidence of the comings and goings of wagons exhibited by a certain Von Zarevich moments ago. But the canopy of mist and branches suddenly give way to black clouds that boil far above. And there's a small clearing here next to a river that widens to form a small lake several 100 foot across, with 5 colourful tents, each about 10 foot in diameter, are pitched outside a ring of 4 barrel-topped wagons, with a much larger tent standing near the shore of the lake. You see its sagging form as lit from within, and near this tent are 8 unbridled horses that drink from the river. You hear the mournful strains of an accordion clash with the singing of several brightly clad figures around a bonfire, with a footpath continuing beyond the encampment that meanders along the river's edge underneath a bridge that crosses a chasm, or more akin to a ravine. But as you approach, you hear footsteps rustle in front of you, followed by quite an eccentric-looking gentleman in quite colourful clothing. Goes, "Hey, I did not know we were expecting friends today. Come, you look so malnourished. Did you want something to eat, something to drink? All are welcome at Sir Paul. You're... Sorry, am I coming on too strong?"
No, it's fine. We've just had a few interesting encounters on the road here, so I think we're all just a little bit out of sorts. You understand? The roads aren't exactly the most relaxing experience these days.
Ah, welcome to Barovia, friend. I'm guessing you're new here then.
Fairly new.
And yet you're still alive. That warrants drinking, does it not?
Some of us are closer to life than others, I feel, but I won't say no to a drink.
Well, there's not particularly lots that we can offer you. We got, we got Purple Grape Marsh, we got Red Dragon Crush, both wines. Otherwise, we've got some basic ales. Sorry, my mistake. Where are my manners? You can call me Stanimir.
You know the rules.
Oh, come on.
So do we.
There's no way it isn't what it sounds like. Let's go.
Whilst
Ahmir or Stan? Oh,
That's exactly
Ymir.
right.
He said Ymir.
There you go. See, there was at least 3
Said
different
Ymir.
ways it could have gone.
whilst he was typing that, I want to kind of just lean into Irina and just kind of whisper, so only me and her, and maybe one other person next to us can hear, like, what the fuck is going on? Who are these people?
Welcome to the Vistani.
Type DM.
Huh?
Type.
No, she literally just whispers back. Welcome
Okay.
to the Vistani. Perhaps it's best if you saw their hospitality yourself, but for all intents and purposes, we are safe here tonight.
What is the best way to approach this? How do we not make enemies of these people?
Respect their culture. And they don't mind questions. Feel free to ask. You're not really going to offend them unless you are intending to. But show Madame Eva lots of respect.
Please, don't be a cunt.
Me?
Good. No, John.
Are you talking in character or like out of character?
I think both work.
In
Both
character.
apply.
Fully in character and out of character.
Taking into account Irina's words, I kind of just sidle past everybody to the front of the group and be like, I'll have a nice brown ale if you've got one. How much? Do you need any coin?
No, your visitors. The last thing we would ever do is ask you to pay for your hospitality. Come. Do you all eat meat?
Yes.
Then come. Let me gather some wolf steaks. They're lovely at this time of year.
As he walks away, I'll walk with him and kind of turn around to the group and be like, "Oh, wolf steaks," and walk off.
But if you're new here, you must have questions.
Many, and none of the answers we've found so far have been exactly reassuring.
Come, I will go gather the food and supplies, and then how about we get to know each other at the fire? I imagine you could use a sit down after your events today, whatever they were. You, particularly the green fellow, looks
No, I'm 23 out of 27. I'm pretty much. I'm
Your
quite nice
clothes
now at the
not
moment.
still slashed and drenched.
Yeah,
in blood,
yeah,
though.
exactly. You've still got like a scar across your
I just
throat.
kind of lean across to him and say to standing here, I think on the road he got a few things knocked loose.
Well, all right then. So we can all kind of vote on this. In my head, when Alex did his little cure thing, it kind of like my wounds just all sealed up. There's no more blood, and the bandages and the dressings that I've had kind of just sloughed off to reveal perfectly fine skin.
No, I think the bandages
I
will
mean,
still be on, but they're not doing anything.
mostly, since it didn't heal you fully, I'd expect it to be some sort of scabs left from
Okay.
the more gruesome wounds.
Okay.
And also, your stuff's still covered in blood.
Yeah, and he did kind of fuck you
You
up
did bleed
real
out
bad.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure your two
Not
stone
got
lighter.
blue raven like blood slurping abilities.
Okay. So obviously seeing him notice my wounds and being somewhat kind of concerned, I'll be like, I kind of laugh and say to him, "Don't worry, you should see the other guy."
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Irina
I'm
kind of
laughing
goes,
in
we would love to get some food. And she kind of elbows John Smith in the gut.
If he wasn't here, that'd probably kill him.
Kind of sheepishly, I'll hang my head a little bit, and be like, "Sorry, Irina, I'll behave."
Can I just look around for some bats? See if there's any anything.
And as Stanimir walks towards the fire, Irina whispers, noticing you looking into the air, and goes, "It's not the bats I'm cautious of. Just be careful of who we say things to. You never know who else is listening and who else might find things out."
The Raven's still with us, is he?
Mhm.
Right, okay.
And eventually, it's coming up to dusk now, about 6 o'clock-ish in the evening. It's hard to tell given the nature of Barovia being very misty and no sun, but you see the moon kind of trying its best to pierce through the cloud layer, and, well, it's kind of accurate as to what that photo is, really. And you see a large bonfire with a couple of people, a couple of families, actually. You see children kind of running around playing, kicking an object around between each other. You see kind of men and women both tending to animals, the horses, cleaning. There's genuinely just quite a nice atmosphere and vibe. And as you sit at the campfire, about 5-10 minutes later, Stanimir walks forward with a couple of kind of rough place plates with a couple of these bleeding wolf steaks. He goes, "You'll have to forgive the barbaric nature of this, but we don't really tend to use cutlery these days. You okay with your hands? If you need a washing, there's a lake right there."
We'll survive.
John just takes
Thank you for your hospitality.
John
Of
just
course.
takes a big steak with his hand and is like, "Thank you," and just tears a big chunk off it with his big pointy incisors. Canine, sorry.
Stanimir sits next to you and goes, "So what brings you to Sir Paul? It's not often we're graced with visitors, especially ones such as exotic as your kind."
Can I ask a quick question to you? Is the steak seasoned?
It's
With
got some
garlic.
basic salts and peppers. It's not got like paprika, you know. It's not
So
like
you're saying it needs a bit of bite, does it?
you could say that.
Okay, I will. I will prestidigitation some spicy salt to add to the food.
Oh, I was so terrified there. I thought you had contraceptive herbs. I was fucking terrified.
Like this-
I was living in
And
fear.
I'll briefly say, this looks delicious, but a bit of bite is always nice.
Does it work that way?
It can let you flavour food.
It does flavour up.
Flavour
Yeah,
things, which
fair
people almost never use.
It's true.
What?
And he takes a bite and goes, "Holy fuck! What? You stay with us. Welcome to the family, son."
I will not admit to be a proficient chef, but I know good food when I see it, and this counts.
Does it add any bonuses, or is it just like an RP sort of thing?
I
I'll
mean,
tell you
does
that.
flavor make you feel better inside?
No, I'm
Yeah.
dead inside. Anyway,
I have a bloody steak. I'm not really too fussed. John's had worse. This is gourmet.
I mean, we know what he's been tasting the past few hours walking here.
What,
Yeah, my
himself?
blood,
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
blood
yeah.
as I spit.
So, what are your names? Sorry.
Is this
Oh.
Stanimir asking? There's no one else at the campfire right now, is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, so rude of us. My
No,
name is
not at
Nolan.
all. Nice to meet you, Nolan.
Same.
It's a pleasure.
In between bites, John's like, my name's John Smith.
So he
Very
said
cool
John
name,
for a
John
moment.
Smith.
Oh, for
Do
fuck's
you mind if I
sake.
call you John Smith double-barreled? It just works better.
John Smith would be preferable, thank you.
Everyone in Barovia can't love John's name.
It's a very cool name.
I am Grog Greenbane. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Roll.
Stanimir takes a quick look at John and goes,
I can't. I just nod before he even has a chance to say anything. I was like, yeah.
well, at least it's good to see friendships blossom where you least expect it, I suppose.
A strong word, but I suppose applies.
On
Right.
that note, I say, well, as Grog says that, I kind of laugh and went, just kind of whisper to Stanimir, he saved me or tried to protect me from Strixers.
So-
I think he likes me.
You wouldn't know they're called Strixers, by the way.
Okay.
So, perhaps we change the name to Grog Green
Green
Helper?
Friend?
Green Friend, I like that.
One
Green
good
pal.
egg doesn't redeem the entire batch.
Well, to judge an entire batch by the deeds of a few is...
Oh, I found a new name. Grog Green Simp.
Roll initiative.
Fuck yeah.
Already brawling at the campfire. It took 5 minutes.
I've seen quite a few batches in my lifetime.
And yet you would judge another for another's deeds?
I've hesitated in the past, and let's just say it was costly.
It's a difficult way to live, to judge an entire population based on the misdeeds of some.
Oh, the misdeeds
But
of
we're
one.
We're not here to discuss such.
I mean, to be fair, John has made some questionable choices so far,
such
but
as...
he's a good guy overall.
Throw in
What?
trying to break the window of a cursed house to let a swarm of devouring creatures in.
Yeah.
And Irina goes, "You what?"
He also attacked
You
me
what,
with
mate?
a frying pan, but you know.
Attacked the dwarf with a frying pan, as he said.
Did we
Try
mention
to
the final thing he did?
try. You see all the damage on him right now.
Mm-hmm.
He got into a small scuffle with Strahd,
Oh,
and this is him now.
and yet you live, so... That must have been quite a story to tell. Not many scuffle with the Dark Master and live to tell the tale.
After finishing the first steak, John kind of frustratingly
Mistake.
John kind of frustratingly says, "Since when was this story time about John?" Hey, to the rest of the group, and I turn around to Stanimir. Is like, "Again, thank you for having us. The steak's lovely." As I pick up another steak and continue eating.
Oh, I thought you were going to steal mine. I was ready to do a strength check.
Give me a moment. Let's set the mood. Did you? Well, it's quite late and it's dangerous to travel at night. Did you wish to stay with us tonight? I
If you
can't
would be-
offer amazing hospitality or comfy tents, but you're welcome to share our fire and set up bedrolls by it.
If you're willing to have us, we would not refuse such kindness.
Of
It
course,
would be very.
there will
efficient.
be
Thank you.
there will be a price, but you'll find about that later if that's okay. Don't worry, nothing monetary. We Vistani like to explore different cultures and people, and we take what chances we can to learn what we can. You'll see, you'll understand. But come, let me... And he just kind of puts his hands in his mouth, whistles, and he goes, "Tempo! Turn it up!" and you see a couple of the kids kind of grab a couple of instruments and accordions, and you see the wives and like the husbands start chuckling to themselves as they just start dancing and singing around the fire. There we go. Atmosphere. It's important to make good first impressions, don't you think?
It's certainly an impression.
And Irina kind of goes, "Told you."
John's elated at this point. He hasn't seen anything like this for a very long time. And then, as he's polishing off his second steak, he kind of like chuckles to himself and starts clapping in time with the beat.
Roll performance check.
Well, if you fancy, why don't you go for a dance? I find it helps remove the negative vices. And as you try to clap, you just kind of go. It's completely out of time, and he goes, "Don't worry. Leave the music to us. We've been training quite a long time." In fact, you never said what. Why are you here?
I accidentally started talking about stereotypes. I don't want to take this one.
Sabriel, the one with the notes.
Why are we here?
Well, John's missing the corner fucking crossing.
It's canon.
It's a canon event.
I don't think I introduced myself before. Actually. My name's Gabriel.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sabriel.
We heard that there is a Madam Eva.
Ah, so you've come for Madam Eva, have you?
We've come from the village on Corleon. Sorry, not Corleon. Other one. Ishmark has told us that we should pay her a visit.
Well, he told me to send you her way once you arrive. But I just wanted to make sure we got to know each other first, and I didn't want you to go in on an empty stomach or sober. She's not the he kind of whispers and goes, "She's quite intense." Not pun intended.
I roll my eyes. Do I take psychic damage?
But if you're ready, I can take you to her now if you so wish.
Everyone's eaten up and happy to.
If we've all eaten, no one wants to talk about anything else specifically with Stella. There's no one else.
John will take a third steak for the journey.
No need. We'll send you off with some rations in the morning.
Actually, let me just start a simple before we go any further. How well done with the steaks?
They were medium, just slap bang in the middle.
Okay. Not
Everyone's
the best.
disappointed and everyone's
Don't
happy.
please anyone and don't exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. No one's happy. No one's actually that sad.
Doesn't matter. The flavouring was beautiful, thanks to James. Well, you'll find her tent over there. Please, when you're ready, feel free to just go introduce yourselves.
Thank you.
Of course, I'll be here for when you get out.
Fuck it, we ball. Stanimir, given that you know of our encounter on the way here, I was wondering, did the Dark Master visit you earlier?
He did.
May I ask why?
Well... I believe that he will not soon return, and I reassure you that anything you discuss will not reach his ears, as anything he discussed will not reach yours. It's just a common courtesy that we try to keep here. I apologise if that's not the answer you seek, but just know it works both ways.
No, that is a sign of trust, and we appreciate the info. Thank you.
Of course. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our people. I understand you're new here.
Yes, we heard that you like to roam and explore.
Mostly, but we've set up here for quite some time now, actually. Madame Eva's always liked this pool. Helps with her scrying.
Does it help in a spiritual, magical sense, or does she just find
think
it
so.
calming?
I think both, but she's a seer, and I imagine you don't know much about her.
No.
But she's a powerful seer. So we try our best to follow orders and not ask questions. But she's a lovely person when you get to know her. A bit intense, as I said.
In the tent.
Are there any topics we should avoid? Stuff that we should avoid saying?
Darling, I'm going to have to be honest with you. She's probably foreseen your entire discussion already. I wouldn't worry.
I don't suppose you recognize our feathered friend here, do you? He's
Old
on
Blue.
the run.
Yes, we saw Old Blue fly away a couple of hours ago, actually. Always brings good luck, don't you, Del? And he goes to scratch under the chin.
How does the raven seemingly react?
It uses its mimicry to purr like a cat.
Okay, that was one of my theories.
Has she got a name? Obviously, as we have no ability to speak with animals, we haven't been able to properly communicate with her. Does she have a
No.
name?
We've just taken to calling her Blue.
Can I see if he's lying?
Roll me an insight check.
Why would they be lying about that?
I don't know. They might be trying to protect the identity.
It's a good insight. No hint of. It's a good insight, to be honest. There's no sense of lies or anything in his voice. To which, as the word Blue is mentioned, the raven just goes,
You like that name, do you, girl?
I kind of turn to the bird and be like, nice to finally meet you, Blue.
and it kind of takes your voice, your perfect kind of like growling voice. It goes,
Shall we away then and speak to this madame?
Yes, let's. Thank you, Stanley, for the food and for your trust.
Of course. If you think of any other questions whilst with Madame Eva, just feel free to ask. If you're staying the night, then we've got plenty of time. Besides, you still owe me that debt to pay, remember?
Oh yes, we haven't forgotten.
Good
Nothing
luck.
too painful, I hope.
No. Just your firstborn child. Or whatever the other, what other superstitions the Barovians have about us. We might curdle your milk, or I don't know. We might
Hell yeah, lemon milk.
we might go tell the big man at Castle Ravenloft that you're here. I don't know. See how the mood swings,
Of course, yes.
And he lets out like an awkward chuckle, like, "Go on, get in there, lad."
Come along then.
So we enter. Well,
Yeah,
we'd like to knock on Madame Eva's tent. Show some decorum.
knock on the cloth.
Madam Eva, may we enter?
Well, it's clearly gonna have some wooden structure keeping the fucking thing up, isn't it?
It could be nails.
Depends what kind of thing.
You've never gone tenting before, have you?
To be fair,
In a wooden
No.
tent? No, that's
if
called a
it's
shed,
thick
bro.
enough fabric draped down, like impacting it would make a noise.
Are
We don't
you,
need to concentrate
you
on-
dumb cunt? You still have a solid structure that you draped the fabric over?
Depends what kind of tent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is it
Eva just.
You may enter.
And I walk in before we can set up any more bullshit.
I kind of shoved James.
Yeah,
out the side.
I gesture him to the side as well. Like, oh yes.
I
Hello,
said- I
hello,
said
Madam
first,
Eva. It's a
so
pleasure
you
to make your acquaintance. Grr.
Await the acquaintance.
We'll do a strength check. I'm walking in before you.
All right, bet. What we rolling? Athletics.
I'm pushing you out the way. So
Right, and
gonna
I'm trying
use-
to resist. I'm athletics. I'm rolling it.
I was about to walk in first, but seeing this dick measuring context, I just walk out the way and just stare at the lake.
Irina's literally looking at you going,
I fucking jump in.
I'm dead.
I
I'm
push them
genuinely
both
dead.
out the way.
Oh, Nolan's just grabbing the both of us. Like, nope.
There's no
must
way I'd
have-
ever survive this journey. Never.
Well, I must say I've never met an orc like John before.
You'll have to excuse us, madam. These
Not,
two
not,
rambunctious
not at
boys
all.
are.
Not at all. I have
Sure,
I
you
have
saw this
already
happening.
been interested in your journey so far.
Yes.
I trust the mental scars of the Durst Manor have not been weighing you down.
Not too heavily. It was dirty business, but we
Ah,
did what needs to be done.
You did, and there are many restful spirits now, thanks to you.
I was
Just
wondering-
know the children have reached peace,
I'm
thanks
glad-
to your doing.
Thank you.
I'm-
That's good to know.
Of course, dear Sabriel. But I imagine you are here for other reasons, yes? And you get a better look at the tent now, as you see these magic flames cast like a reddish glow over the interior of this tent, with a low table covered in black velvet cloth. You see glints of light seeming to flash from a crystal ball on the table, as a hunched figure peers into its depths, talking to you. Her voice crackles like dry weeds, and she looks ancient, to say the least. Like just a gentle breeze could be enough to knock her over. But come, please ensure you close the entrance behind you. These weary bones are struggling with the cold air these days.
Yep.
And Master Greenbane, if you could try not to murder your friend for at least 10 minutes.
I've managed this far, despite temptations. I'm sure I can hold off the 10.
I think it's Green Simp now, though.
Is Nolan included in this, may I ask?
I am afraid your fates are tied.
Joyous.
But why have you come to seek me out? That I cannot find.
We were told to actually give you a visit from the new and appointed Burgomaster Ismark. Kolyanovich.
I had not heard of the passing of Master Polyana. My sincerest condolences, Mistress Irina. And Irina just very awkwardly goes, thank you, madam. He didn't pass peacefully, which is exactly what he would have wanted. To which Madam Eva chuckles and goes, and that is all we can want, isn't it? A death that suits our needs. May I inspect your pet? And she gestures to Blue on your shoulder, Sabriel. And Blue just looks at you and goes,
Your pet?
If she doesn't mind.
not at all. Come, Blue. And the raven kind of hops onto the table, and you notice that Madame Eva actually regards it with an emotion nearly resembling fondness. And she strokes the wings, and she goes, he reminds me of a pet I used to once have, back in the long day. Ah, Tyrol, how I miss you. I've only seen him once these past 10 years, however. Doubtless he has gone wild without me. It actually spelt the same as well. Not my
Sake.
addition.
Spain!
Spain. But Cam, what is it you would ask of me?
Weed.
Heard something about a reading.
I wasn't going to say that. Kind of looking at Nolan. Don't interrupt. Priest, that's rude.
Cleric.
No, it's the point I call him a priest because he's not a priest, but he is. But he's not.
You think, okay, I'm correcting you, correcting him.
Yep, ding dong.
Green simp no more.
Green hater.
So,
Right, priest.
after giving shooting Nolan a look as if to say silence, I say as you can probably already tell, we're stuck here, and we'd like to be not stuck here. And
Wow, so eloquent.
so far, the only way we can see of being able to get unstuck is through. And I kind of shudder and say, Strahd.
I understand. You have come from a land beyond the mists, do you not?
I just kind of nod.
Then you'll stand upon a precipice of a cliff whose base you cannot yet see. Do you understand what you ask of me?
I believe so, but could you elaborate just in case some of the group don't?
I cannot give you direct answers, but I can see perhaps if there are any clear signs or clues to at least point you in the right direction. Perhaps via ashes in a cup, or I will decide, if you agree, how we will go about this.
Anything at this point would be handy. At the moment, it seems as though our story is just blank pages.
And she leans in closer and kind of lifts your chin up with her hand, unless you stop her.
Nope.
And she kind of pushes you to the side, gets a good look at you, and goes, I will not do this thing for you. Not yet. But if you wish to pursue this path, however, come to the River Ivlis crossroads at midnight tonight. I will await you there by the gallows. I trust you know where it is, judging by the state of you and who was in my tent moments ago.
I'm familiar.
Then come alone, and do not allow yourselves to be followed.
Come alone as me on my own, or come alone as
All of
the
you.
group? Okay.
After all, your fates are entwined.
Is the blue guy allowed?
Gal.
Guy.
Blue guy.
The gal.
Blue
I
lady.
would suggest that she is not.
So we tie her down.
No, we just ask her to stay here with the Vistani.
And once again, she mimics like another cat sound, just there.
Nolan, we're not
Only
trapping
jesting.
animals.
Only jesting. Only jesting.
I imagine Stanimir will ensure that she receives a welcome.
Baird's already sick of your shit, priest.
But Cam, we will discuss tonight. And as you kind of prepare yourselves to leave, Madame Eva pauses for a moment. And her eyes shoot open with this panic and concerned look on her face. With her voice a low hiss. Her silhouette dancing in the flickering candlelight. And she whispers to you, a shadow is approaching my tent. A lone servant of darkness. They seek knowledge of your future, which are secrets that I am sworn never to reveal to any but their keepers. Do not look, childs. and do not rush to greet them. If they learn of your true aspirations, then all may be lost immediately. Do not reveal even that you know of their true nature, for their master will know that I have told you, and his wrath will descend upon us all. Nod if you understand.
Just kind of nod.
Asterix, nod, Asterix.
And she raises her voice and goes, Then I hope that is all. Feast well. My people are known for their hospitality. Enjoy it.
Thank you for the hospitality, madam.
Jake, will
Mhm.
Sorry, I may not be allowed to ask this. Will we have an opportunity to talk to her about stuff unrelated to the reading in the future? Okay,
Mhm,
right.
of
Okay.
course.
I will hold my question. I don't want to be rude then. It can wait.
And she kind of gestures you out, just
Yeah.
kind of pushing you with her arms.
That was the vibe she was giving. I was like, up. No. Okay.
Fuck off.
I
Yes.
have a question.
But miss. No.
And
Let's go.
as you step out the tent, the music is once more a bit louder as you get to listen to the dancing rhythm with a bunch of Vistani kind of dancing around the fire now. And you see two more Vistani, faces you don't recognize, stood with their arms crossed outside the tent. A man and a woman, who moments later, as you open the tent door, Stanima sees and immediately jolts up onto his feet and walks over and goes, I trust everything went well in there.
It did.
Good, then come, let us get some. And the girl goes, Now, Stanimir, aren't you going to introduce us to your new friend? And Stanimir just rolls his eye and goes, Sorry, Eliza. Yes, Eliza, these are Chaves, John Smith, you have to say the full name, Grolk Greenbane, you don't have to say the surname for that one, Nolan, and Sabriel. Ah, pleasure to meet you. My name's Eliza. And she clicks her tongue and looks at Stanimir and goes, Apologies for the old man's lack of hospitality. Seems like you've travelled quite a long way. Stanimir
nonsense.
smiles and goes,
Well, I would say that's nonsense. We've had nothing but a fine welcome to the camp now, everyone.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd
well,
say so.
that's lovely. After all, fate waits for no one, right?
Hey,
I said fate waits for no one, right? And Stanimir just awkwardly chuckles and goes, Anyway, shall we return to the fire?
did you say face?
Fate.
Fate.
Fate, darling.
Face.
Wait.
Face.
Face.
Poor Madame Eva's probably up to her neck in complications of you lot, ain't she? Look at you. Ragtag bunch of individuals.
At least you didn't say
Ah.
miscreants.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, little one.
Little.
And you recognise how this woman towers over you.
Little.
Hi,
Mummy.
little. Stanimir awkwardly goes, right, Eliza, Arturi,
Happy.
would you like to join us at the fire tonight? Ah, go on then. To which Arturi goes, I'm not particularly sure I'd like to be welcome at the fire, but I suppose if there's no reason why any of you wouldn't let me, I just don't want to intrude. You seem like you're already close friends, and I'd hate to get involved in anyone's business. And you get a good look at this fella now, who's a lot more kind of socially awkward compared to the very loud, obviously outgoing Eliza. And Stanimir just kind of goes, Nonsense, Arturi, come on, come sit down, I'll go get you some food. And as you're walking, Arturi kind of goes, she goes, I don't mean to pry, and you can tell me to, what was it the other fella said, fuck off if you want. But I don't suppose that you've just come from the village of Barovia, have you?
We
have.
have.
Indeed.
And what news comes from the town?
Siege has been lifted.
That's good to hear.
New burgomaster, the old one, fell at the last battle.
I see. That's sad. He was a great man from what I've heard from the stories.
So it was.
But I've taken up enough of your time. I'll sit by your fire, but I'll try not to distract you too much from the hospitality of the Vistarni. After all, lovely fellows, aren't they?
What was his name, Jake? Sorry, I missed that.
So there is Arturi, the male, and Eliza, the female.
All right.
Both are very clearly Vistani based on their attire and mannerisms.
Just about to ask that question, because the way that he just said that last sentence, he almost said it as if he wasn't Vistani.
No.
Ask him.
Who are you? No. The words escape me.
Also, for some reason, when you spoke as Eliza, it reminded me of Del Boy, and I have no fucking clue why.
More Rodney.
I don't know what the phrase is. Okay. What are your thoughts on the Vistani?
You're talking to me? Sorry.
Indeed.
Oh, I am Vistarni, but this isn't my camp.
Ah.
I tend to travel quite a lot.
Is he lying?
You can roll an insight check, or you can just outright ask him.
No, I'll try and...
Okay. No, he's not lying. He very clearly doesn't. But he very clearly doesn't remain stationary, which is what he said, and which remain he was telling the truth. But you catch the hint that he's kind of avoiding speaking about some things.
Yeah.
Come then, let's around the fire and relax for a few hours.
And, sorry, I forgot to ask. What were your names? Oh wait, no, you just said them outside the tent, sorry. It's been a long day, to say the least. It's been a long week, actually. Actually, it's been quite a long month. It's been quite... You know what, it's... Life is fast. Life is very fast.
That's escalated quickly, fucking hell.
Okay. Stanimir kind of sits cross-legged next to you, and you kind of form a line around the fire with a bunch of kind of Vistani dancing and singing. He goes, "Now then, about those questions you wanted to ask. Shoot."
I don't suppose you would have any knowledge about an old house? Durst house, perhaps?
Can't say I do. Is it Barovian?
It was a long time ago from what I've heard.
No, can't say I do, sorry. Why? What makes you ask?
We came across the name on our way here. It was just a curiosity we found about.
No, fair enough. No, I can't say I know of any evil cursed houses.
Huh.
Come on, you're all shying away from topics. We're open books. If you want to ask us about the rumours Barovians have asked, you feel free.
I'm fucking muted.
Oh my
You
days,
fucking-
not again.
You know, I wondered why it was so quiet.
Yeah, it was quite
So
peaceful. Stroke.
what I was going to say is at Stanimir's response to Grok's comment about Durst, I kind of narrow my eyes and say we didn't mention evil or cursed.
Well, we hear stories, but you talk of a house that's not been around for over 600 years or so. I don't know the exact timings, but I just assumed.
And you believe we're 600 years old?
Well, no. John Smith, you don't look a day over 20.
John Smith's deep green face kind of blushes slightly and turns slightly red at the cheeks. Ah, shut.
Does
Flattery will get you everywhere with him.
So we've seen.
Gabriel?
does Stanimir seem like he's almost like flustered and trying to cover what he said, or just
No.
genuine?
No, the DM just said something he didn't mean to.
Good job.
The only one who asked a question, he's unprepared.
I want a refund. No.
He already refunded me.
Too many zeros
Not enough.
for a competent DM.
I'd like to ask a question next. So, no, because obviously everyone's talking. I don't want to take my turn. So,
No, it's not that.
despite what we've seen so far, as we've been welcome to this wretched valley,
Of course.
to say lack of a better word, you guys seem to be prospering, or at least doing well.
You think we're prospering? Oh, I don't know why I tried to say that word. You think we're prospering?
I mean, you're certainly doing better than the village that we've just come from.
Aye, that's because we're not under siege. Aye, we don't piss off the big man.
To be fair, we haven't heard much of the rumours of Vistani other than they seem to have a cordial relationship with the Master of Ravenloft. Well, more cordial than those in the village recently.
Do we know that?
I swear some mentioned they looked like they had an alliance, but I'm playing it down because I want to say I know they have an
Yeah,
alliance.
it's Mark.
Okay.
It's Mark. Tell us, please.
And he shrugs and goes, "It's a complicated story, and one perhaps I will share with you later. Since remember, you still owe me a debt, and I intend to cash it in."
You keep mentioning it, and I don't feel there is malice behind it, but at every mention, I can't deny that my anxiety rises.
Come, the night is too young. We will wait for the stars to shine before we explore.
Don't say it.
Oh, it's not dark already.
It's dark, but
No, this is it. This is me asking you as a DM. No.
it's dusk.
Okay. So
It's more waiting for dark.
So John Smith being in his white nightgown and in his
correct, James.
bedroll isn't a good thing then.
I mean, you're not sleeping till like way after midnight.
My brother, I've just went toe to toe with a very powerful guy, and then had another fight immediately afterwards. I
Yeah.
am, for lack of a better word, knackered.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
I
I
don't-
could leave.
I have taken a seat at this fire, around this fire. John Smith is not moving for the rest of the night.
That
He's in
reminds
his.
me.
Oh, go on.
Irina kind of walks up and goes, "I need to change your bandages if that's okay."
Perfectly fine. I say with a nice smile because she's touching me.
Of course, like immediately reset the anger meter that the woman's touch holy.
And she starts unwrapping and then replaces the bandages with new. And she goes, "Looks like it's healing nicely. Whatever Nolan did, you should be thankful. He might be the reason you're only alive."
Nonsense. I think it's your
This is-
magic touch.
this is me in character looking at John.
I kind of just smile more, Irina, just turning away from Jade and saying, no, it's definitely your magic touch.
Eliza chuckles and goes, "Where are you guys heading anyway?" Sorry. "Where are you guys heading anyway?"
We heard there was some windmill somewhere
The windmill?
yonder. Yeah,
Why do you want the windmill? You're paying old granny a little visit, are you?
We heard the pastries are to die for.
yeah.
Oh yeah, to say the least, they're fucking divine. But
We may as well peruse the local delicacies since we
Yep.
may be lingering within this realm.
so you're
Yes.
telling me that you're leaving the village of Barovia and Seer Pool to go taste a fucking pie?
Excuse
well,
me, have you
just
had a
said
good
they
pie?
are to die for, so we are
Nah.
willing to die for them.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Where are you going? Come on, we're friends.
Where are you going?
Out of, out,
All
out,
right.
Only here? You're gonna stay here and die here?
We have
If-
plans after the
If
win.
Madam
not
Eva
the-
lets
mean-
me, the old crone.
What, lets you
The-
die here?
Well, hopefully.
The main plan was going to get some pies.
Hmm.
The plan after that is it's not really decided yet. It's
Roll me a
in
deception
the
check.
works.
Roll me a deception check. I know
we
you're
planned
lying
on
through your
discussing-
teeth.
oh, we could- for fuck's sake.
out of character, I'm struggling to keep up with this, knowing what we do know in this session and what I already know from
Yeah, I
other
know.
sessions. It's so hard.
Let these guys leave you two. But I know Nolan's purposely trying not to save a lackey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
She goes, alright, well, you tell old Granny, Bella, and... Oh, what's the other one? Ophelia. You tell them that Eliza says alright.
No.
Will do. Will do.
Why don't you come along with us?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've just got some business to attend to.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
What were the names you said again?
Ophelia,
Oh,
I
the-
can't remember the first one.
Yeah.
What?
Granny Bella and Ophelia.
Yeah, Bella.
Thank you.
Why do I remember the hard
Bella.
one? The easy one.
Oh.
Just literally with a cat called Bella. Why the fuck is it not at the front of my mind when I heard it again?
Well. What flavour are you gonna get?
Meat pie.
Well, yeah, they're all meat pie, fucking idiot, but what flavour did you want?
We're
You
not
don't
quite
have
sure-
cherry pie?
What's a cherry?
Yeah, we don't
It's
quite
a
know
fruit.
what delicacies linger within these lands. So
Well, I hope
we'll
you like
see.
meat.
Well, then
But
I
like-
get a meat pie, you daft.
You can have any pie at all that you want, so long as it's meat.
Well, you can have bat, you can have wolf, you can have elk, you can have deer.
What
Pretty
would
sure
you
there's even
recommend?
Fish.
Oh, venison pie sounds lovely.
Yeah, but what would you recommend?
Oh, I'm a bit of a bat connoisseur, me. Love a bit of bat.
Bat autism commences. I think I typed that in my notes 3 times so far.
Which bats are the best text? No, fuck.
Hey,
How long do you have? Arturi kind of very slyly pulls Sabriel to the side and just kind of whispers into your ear and goes, I'm really sorry, I don't wish to intrude on your conversation. Eliza is... I imagine to you she might be fun to talk to. But... I don't suppose you've got much news from the village of Barovia other than what you've already told me. I don't suppose you've... It's only Sabriel hearing this.
Yeah, he figured it out actually.
Bruh.
You know what?
Oh, he's sending in whispering.
No, he's got to move into another channel.
I was going to say, just move to a different channel, yeah. Can I call my promise? Oh, never mind.
Aww.
Oh, it's private chat as well. I was going to join and say I'm going to roll perception.
Aww.
Actually, I was going to say, can I come for the VOD? But it's like, oh yeah, right. Then, yeah.
Let me just try something. Wait, did he turn his cam off so he can't lip read?
Fuck you.
Hey, we're all listening in, boys.
I can't.
Hell.
He turned the camera off so he can't lip read. God damn it! It's Charis. Do you seriously not believe you're gonna have this written down?
Oh, I know.
But why is he asking? Why is he asking Chairs questions about the village of Barovia when he
Because
has?
everyone else is being a loudmouth.
Yeah,
very clearly
right
socially
now,
awkward.
Eliza is just...
But he has the best person to speak to in the form of Irina. Since you know they've been there for a lot longer.
Yeah, but does he
Irina
know
is the
that
playing character.
Irina's... Yeah, that... he can?
So otherwise we wouldn't know because obviously Whispers and no one else is here. So at least someone in the party knows.
Ah, yeah, for game set. Yeah, that's a fair justification. I mean, would Arturi actually know that Irina was from Barovia at this point. I don't think it's...
I mean, red hair, doesn't know many with red hair. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't trust red hair for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
I could come up with several. good
Irina could be on the
reasons.
opposite side of the fire right now, and Sable is the closest.
It's the Vistani, so it'd probably be safe to assume that they already know who we are, where we've come from.
Okay,
They're not
in which
all
case,
seers,
if you're
are
gonna
they?
give them-
That's a bit.
If you're going to give
That's
them
a
that
bit
much
general.
credit, they have a specific reason we don't know for talking to Sabriel.
Yeah, that too as well. Yeah, let's not overthink that part of it. Also. I want to know what's being asked.
I want to know what's so special about the dummy mummy.
I
Excuse
swear
me?
to fucking Christ.
About the
I'm not-
dummy mummy.
What
You're
the?
the
I'm
only one
Eva?
that can heal. You are not wasting your spell slots on healing your fucking pelvis.
I'm trying so
Eliza.
much
Oh,
to
because
find
she's tall.
like I'm trying
Yeah.
so much to find like the name of the image of like what you've just posted. How's it? Joe, where's like the little boy
What?
looking thing
Bart
with the
Simpson.
No. It's like that art style where it's like a little small person with guys like saying mummy or uppies.
What? Taking Sharon back to that.
Uppies.
Also, I just want to say this. I respect switching the camera off to fucking lip read.
I don't
Annoyed,
underestimate my players after the other group did exactly that. Okay.
We also defended you from an argument Switz wanted to have about why they were specifically whispering Sabriel.
Because then all the rest of you are currently chatting up the other guy.
That's what I said, but you know.
Stanimir stands up and claps and goes, "Right, about that debt. Now then. I'm only joking. You don't have to play if you don't want to, but we have a tradition around here where we like to share stories, and, well, a good story is entertaining to say the least. To play, each participant will put up a wager. Can be small money, can be knowledge or intellectual, could be of sentimental value. And the participant must then share a story to make a man either laugh or weep or just for the hell of it. Why not? And each time a story is told, everyone else who is playing, who has put in a wager, will guess whether the story is true, fake, or perhaps a bit of both. And at the end of the game, whoever's got the most correct guesses will win the pot. So tell me, you accept? Or are you pussies?
I'm willing to spin a yarn.
I accept.
Aye. I'll share a story.
Irina kind of shuffles forward and goes, "I'm down." What about you two over there? And Eliza kind of, "Oh, fucking hell, go on then, darling, I'll join in." But she's very clearly, like, excited to join in. Whereas Arturi kind of awkwardly goes, "Yes, Arturi. Very well, I'll take part, I'll have a bit of fun, why not?"
What about you?
All right,
Blue?
then.
You got any good stories?
And like she raises like one eye, sees you looking, goes. All right then, let me start. And Stanimir chucks in a weird box onto like a little mat sat between you all as you're sat around the fire, and it goes, "These have sat unused and dusty in my wagon for long enough, I think." And he says it with quite a sad smile that there's a story. And he goes, "I think my late wife would like it if they were out in the world again, so make sure you win, yeah?"
False.
And he just goes, "Okay. What about you, Eliza? What are you putting in?" And she brings out this weird kind of metal contraption, which she then snaps and bends into actually a long spyglass. And then, with the spyglass, she snaps it again and bends it at a 90-degree angle. And she goes, "Well, you can use this with a small maneuverable mirror if you want. Allows you to look round corners for those who fancy some intrusive things. How's that?"
A mirror, you say?
It's like a mirror in the spyglass that kind of
No,
goes around.
I know. I'm taking the piss off of Alex.
Oh, I see.
Why
Oh,
does it
yeah.
appear any more suspicious?
Irina goes, and she goes to her hair and pulls out a small wooden hair clip in the shape of a sunflower. And goes, "You said sentimental. My mother gifted this to me when I was young." And she looks to the rest of you and goes, "Step." Or adoptive, I suppose. And Arturi goes, I haven't got much that I can share, but perhaps this will be of use? And he just puts in this small manuscript, and as you lean forward, it's titled Werewolves by Dr. Rudolf van Richten.
Yes, we're familiar with his works.
You are?
I don't think you'll have heard the news, I fear, of the author.
And he looks at Sabriel and raises an eyebrow and goes, "And what news would that be?"
It is believed that he may not have survived an assault on Ravenloft.
And he looks at Sabriel with a smile and goes, "For the record, I understand the lack of trust. I don't blame you. There's no hard feelings, okay?" And he holds his hand out to shake for Sabriel.
I'll shake it. I'm sorry, it's hard to know who to trust.
Of course, I fully get it, but... Well, I can assure you that he did not die, if that's what you're claiming. The old man is stubborn as hell. I'm sure he's around there somewhere.
Fuck's sake, Serpon.
Shut your trap.
And that's why dragging people to other calls is fun.
Damn, if only there was some form of communication we could use that wasn't common, that, you know, we could translate stuff through.
I didn't know you were gonna say that.
I didn't know I wasn't allowed to say anything.
No.
And
Did you not
the rest
see
of you?
Sabriel's reaction to the comment of Van Richten at the note? Hello?
What about the rest of you? What's the rest of you gonna throw in? So we currently have werewolf manuscript, deck of Tarokka cards, collapsible brass spyglass, painted wooden hair clip. Jays, what are you doing? Let's go in order.
Don't really have anything sentimental on me. I guess monetary value, I will offer a bottle of ink.
And Eliza chuckles and goes, "Each to their own." John Smith, what would you like to put in?
I untie the rusted steel helm from my backpack, which is the same one that I took from the animated armor piece in the house.
Okay. And Gronk?
I'm thinking how I want to play this because I've got an idea in my head and I want to play it out. Where the fuck have I
I
got that?
completely forgot we had to come up with something to put in the pot. I was so busy panicking about the story.
I'm trying to think how much would be too much gold considering. I'm gonna put in gold. Actually, no, I do want to try that thing. Right, okay. I will put in 3 gold pieces. However, 2 of them are from what I have from Sword Coast. One is from the lot I got from Strahd. I have no idea if that means anything. I just want
It
to see
does.
if there's
They
a
have
reaction.
like different coins, but none of them react.
Strahrd's face on.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I
He's
just wanna
probably
see
that.
if
He's
any
probably
sort
that
of-
egotistical. He's got his own little mint factory, you know. Okay, Nolan.
A block of incense.
Okay, make sure I spell that correct. Sabriel.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I don't have anything prepared.
I can toss in one of the gems I got from Durst Manor.
How
Could be
about
literally anything.
how about the knowledge of what Stanimir said to you in private? Could you wager that one up instead?
Arturi, you mean?
Sorry, that one. Yeah.
I mean, I
Probably
could,
that
but
one.
that would only be valuable to some people.
No, I was taking the piss, darling. Don't worry.
I have silvery hairbrush. The silver bristles.
Okay.
Put that in.
Stanimir stands and goes, how about I go first and set the tone? Unless any of you really want to get out the way.
There you go.
After all, it's only downhill after mine. And he leaps up. He fills his mouth with wine. And then he spits it into the fire, with the flames turning from orange to a green, as they dance and sway, with a dark shape appearing in the core of the bonfire. We come from an ancient land, whose name is long forgotten, a land of kings. Our enemies forced us from our homes, and now we wander the lost roads. And the dark shapes in the fire begin to take the form of a man being knocked from his horse, with a spear piercing his side. Stanimir continues, maintaining eye contact with all of you. One night, a wounded soldier staggered into our camp and collapsed at death's door. We nursed his terrible injury and we quenched his thirst with wine. He survived, just about. And when we asked him who he was, he would not say. He just simply wanted to return home. But we were deep in the land of our enemies, so we took him as one of our own and we followed him back towards his homeland. His enemies hunted him, and they said he was a prince, yet we didn't give him up, even when their assassins fed upon us like wolves. Deep in the bonfire now, as you take a better look, you see the dark figure now standing with his sword drawn, fighting off a host of shadowy shapes. This man of royal blood fought to protect us, as we protected him. We bore him safely to his home, and he thanked us. He said, I owe you my life, stay as long as you wish, and leave when you choose, and know that you will always be safe here. The figure in the dancing flame now vanquishes another final foe, and then disperses in a cloud of smoke and embers.
John Smith.
The casters amongst you very easily recognize Stanimir casting the major image spell to create this effect in the fire.
Impressive.
And he gives a little bow and goes, well then, true or false?
True, says John Smith.
Hang on, let me get James, don't suppose you've got another ink pot, do you?
Another? I'm afraid not, only the one. It's 1 ounce though.
Don't suppose you fancy putting something else in?
If I must.
Don't worry, I'll figure it out. I'll remember it. Okay. Alright, James, true or false?
Like the... DM question. Is half-truth still an option?
Yep.
Half-truth.
Alright, and John Smith?
True.
Grog?
You're all gonna say no to this, just gonna try it. Never fucking mind.
It's certainly a valid option, but you can't tell. You can't read him. He's too much of a showman. He's clearly enjoying telling it, and it's hard to get a read of him. He's just having too much fun telling a story.
Oh.
Half truth.
Nolan?
Fuck.
What the fuck?
You know what? I'm gonna say no inside checks for this game.
Okay, fuck.
I thought that's what you could say at the beginning with what the roll just gonna went.
I'm gonna say false.
And Sabriel.
True.
Eliza or Turi? And Eliza goes, lad, I'm gonna say that's... Well, of course it's true. And Alturi goes, oi, everyone knows the tale of the Vistani origin. Of course it's true.
Can I at least check if he is right?
Who?
Arturi. He's sus. I'm sorry. He's sus.
No, he knows.
Okay.
And Sanami
Everyone.
goes, aye. It is indeed a true tale of our people. In fact, bonus points if you can guess who the wounded man is.
Right.
Nolan, you fucking knobhead. Your
Excuse
fucking
me?
mouth.
Why? He's right. It is Strahd.
I know he's right, but he's right because he knows anyway.
It was
Aye.
very clear. I
That's
was
a
going to
bit-
say Strahd
yeah,
if he
come
didn't
on.
say.
Bruh, give him some leeway.
Apologise right now.
Sorry.
Sorry, priest.
Does Nat, like, abuse you at home?
No.
Are you okay?
You wish she did.
That was a very quick no.
In the hierarchy of
No.
the house, it's in the hierarchy of the house. It's Nat and the cats than Alex.
Aye. Well, that promise is why we're free to come and go as we please through the mists, as you've probably heard. That part is true. If you ever need something from the outside world, just let us know, we'll go fetch it for you. Now then. Anyone else? Go on then, I'll get my go. Just get it over and done with. Fucking hell. Right then. It is said that within each raven flutters a lost soul, and that each raven's song tells a tale of ages past. They whisper, so listen closely. And she takes a deep breath, and her voice is now a bit quieter, with an over-the-top melodic drama to it. And she goes, "Sing, ravens of Barovia, birthed from the mists and bathed in twilight. Sing of Lugdana, the morning lured stalwart, dawn-touched foe to the deep lurking dark. The holy symbol of ravenkind, her radiant testament and the warrior's beacon of faithful resolve. Sing, ravens of Chernavog's rise, named Green God and Demon Lord upon Yesteril. Lugdana, grey-haired, weary of battle, and her longsword and shield polished and ready. Guided through shadows towards sacred ground, and she clashed with the demon with their tempest-like dance. Sing, ravens of Lugdana's last fury, of Ravenkind's token now blazing with light. The battle's tide turning, a hero's brave cry. A final onslaught with divinity's grace. The demon lord was banished and the warrior now fell, the wound to her side gouged too deep to bear. Sing, ravens of light's final moments, a shadow descended from radiance on high. Sing of an angel, black-feathered and beat, the morning lord angel reclaiming its gift, with the symbol retaken, in raven's claws held. Sing, ravens, for you are the keepers, the watchers, and the tellers of stories untold. Sing, ravens, of Lugdana's memory, the shadows that lurk, and the heroes to come." And Stanimir just goes, "Very showman, indeed." James.
Not to sound like a broken record, but half-truth.
John Smith.
False.
Grok.
Sorry, true.
Nolan.
Half truth.
Sabriel.
True.
Eliza.
Yeah, Liza,
Never
what do you think of your own tale?
Well, funny you should ask. And she points her fingers over towards Javes and Nolan. And goes, "Aye, half truth."
Nice.
I can believe
Aye.
in
I see
the morning Lord's history in this land, but certain details perhaps.
Aye, Lugdana was indeed a paladin of the Morning Lord. And aye, there are certainly stories that she once bore the holy symbol of Ravenkind. This platinum amulet shaped like a sunburst with a ruby embedded at its centre from what we heard. But, well, the symbol was given to Lugdana by an angel. But the angel was in the guise of a raven. And she chuckles. No one knows what happened to it after she fell at Yesterhill. I imagine it's not even in this land.
Foreshadowing makes me this
Arturi steps up and goes, well, I suppose that makes it my turn then, unless anyone wishes to interject and get theirs done.
Is you asking for a break, or?
No, I'm happy to get it over with.
I think that's DM, but okay.
Very well. And he takes a moment to think, stands up and goes, I've got just the one. There once was a fox, renowned for his wisdom and skill, who dwelled with his kit in the misted woods. And on a cold moonlit night, a pair of sparrows brought him their child, the tendrils of death clutching its shivering body. You know what? We need better ambience. They delivered him to the wolf, you see. Never mind, I'm getting ahead of myself. Where was I? The fox took the chick into his den, but for all his knowledge, he could not cure its ailment, as it breathed its last into his pores. And driven mad in their grief, the vengeful sparrows were aided by 4 of their kin. They stole the fox's kit in the night. They delivered him to the wolf, you see, who had long hungered for the taste of fox flesh. And the wolf devoured the kit, and the sparrows departed to return to their flock. When the fox found what the sparrows had done, rage clutched his own heart, and in his cunning, he knew that the rats in their burrows beneath the earth had always despised the songs of the sparrows far above. The fox descended to the kingdom of the rats, and he promised them a forest free of the songs of the sparrows. But intrigued, well, the rats agreed. But the rats could not find the sparrow's nest alone. But the crafty fox could, and as the sparrows slumbered in the hollow of a great oak, the rats fell upon them to feast with tooth and claw, and for the crimes of 6 the flock perished, with nary an egg spared. But the misted wood now darkened, and now the trees no longer sing with the songs of the sparrows. But some say that the rats hunt still, and that a lone chick yet escapes their clutches, and that one day they will find it and gobble it up, like the rest. And he gives a little bow, and then sits back down quite awkwardly. James.
Rude.
John Smith.
False.
Grog.
It's a metaphor, so I'm going to say half true.
Nolan.
Half truth.
Sabriel.
Wizard.
Half true.
I'm afraid the wizard has the best of it tonight. He is reading us like books.
Oh, 2 of you.
Whilst I'll confess, I have changed the names as such to avoid identities. It is indeed Truth's Tale.
Oh, that is a half truth, isn't it?
Yeah, Your Honor, he's changing the names.
Brother. I mean, if it's a fox when it's a human, that's a falsity.
Well, that's on you for thinking I can speak to foxes, ain't it?
Stranger things have happened, isn't it?
There are-
Considering our inability
No.
to speak to animals.
Aye.
Want to speak to animals, multi-class into hunter, you fucking selves. A ranger.
It's true, I'm afraid, but yet a story cannot truly be told to its end until it is ended. And with that, he gives a sad smile and sits back down. To which Irina kind of awkwardly downs the rest of her drink. And it's quite a big amount. Like, it's almost like a double pint in this weird kind of like flagon. And she downs it, just kind of belches, wipes her mouth, stands there, goes, when I was a child, my father took me and my brother to a vast tranquil lake. I remember the sand beneath my feet and the lapping of the waves against the shore. But then something broke the silence. There was a growl that echoed through the wind, and as I turned, I saw a beast emerge from the fog. It was a wolf, but it was like the one we saw earlier today. It was just bigger than any I'd ever seen. And its eyes were yellow, cold and hungry. And my father screamed for me to run, and so I took off into the woods, and the beast followed, and its snarls echoed through the underbrush, but I remember these branches were whipping against my face, and she kind of strokes her face, kind of holding it, and you see her nails dig into her skin a little bit. There were thorns cutting at my feet as the legs burned and my breath grew ragged, but I ran, and my fear drove me. But it was only much later when my heart had finally quieted, and the footsteps of the beast had fallen into silence that I finally allowed myself to stop. But the woods were strange to me then, and my father's shouts had faded. A mist descended around me and shadowed shapes lurked around me in every corner, so I stepped forward. And one hand reaching fearfully into the fog, but a wolf made a mist leapt forth with its jaws opened wide to devour me. But then everything went blank. I woke in my own bed, the next thing with my father's humming, Kolyan, echoing from the kitchen, but I don't know how I got there or what became of the wolf, but I can still remember its teeth as clear as ever. And she sits back down. James.
Not calling you a liar, but false.
John Smith.
Are you
Is
muted
John
again?
Smith muted again?
The crickets were really adding to the delight.
Yeah.
After a long consideration from John, with ums and ahs and eyebrows furrowing, he says, "True."
The growliest true I've ever heard.
Stanimir stands up and goes, Girl, you've forgotten your place. You're with incredible storytellers. Of course that's true. Don't be so naive. Grog.
Okay, false.
Nolan.
True.
Sabriel.
Half true.
Irina starts giggling, and you can tell she's like quite tipsy. And she shrugs her shoulders and goes, I'm not a very good liar, but yeah, it's fake.
It's also made it the fuck up.
It was a dream that I've had since I was a child, and I mean, if you think about it, there's no lakes near the village of Barovia, and we only saw a direwolf for the first time today, so that's on you guys, really.
It
So-
was the lakes that gave it away to me.
Jake,
That was my reasoning.
Jake,
It's a dream.
in the future, if
Oh,
she
jeez.
somehow gets her memories back, I'm coming to fucking England and beating you up if that's the truth.
Stanimir chuckles and shakes his head and goes, Be careful, Mistress Kolyana. And he puts on a mysterious smile and goes, Dreams often have a kernel of truth.
Cannot wait to review all this after the fucking board and just kill myself with fucking theories.
Oh boy.
And that, I imagine, brings us to you guys. James, take it away.
Oh.
We'll go in order.
Not even a short straw situation. Very well. I will.
You're all going to tell him anyway.
I mean,
Oh.
I'll go first if you don't want to go first.
You've had plenty of warning.
No,
This
no,
was going to be the
no,
rotor. We went
no,
that way for answering the question.
Indeed, and that rota could have been reversed for the storytelling, but alas, I have been put on the spot, and so I shall whip up a show for you. With that, I cast Prestidigitation and create in the flames a image of a manor.
Make a roll.
Stanimir chuckles and goes, Copycat.
I learned from the best. Once upon a time, not that long ago, a handsome and noble sorcerer went exploring. Among the dirt and other unmentionable materials, which shall not be named, he found a location which was truly not befitting the fine makings of this man. He found a manor. Inside of this manor, creating a hallway of darkness, this place was one of mystery, of magic, of reflection and meditation, but not in the realm of goodness and light. This place was darkness, excess. It was filled with gems, jewelry, furniture of the most exceptional craftsmanship, and within, navigating through the hallways and exploring deeper, found a library. And the dust and the cobwebs made it difficult to navigate through. It had clearly been abandoned for many, many years, but with that power inside of him, he sensed a source of power himself among the shelves. And what he found was a book, but no ordinary book. This book was ornate, glittering in its magnificence, and featured a gaping hole. The hole moved. It twisted and morphed and was clearly hungry. The book sought something. It sought the sorcerer. It was not too late. Safety was a possibility. But what did our illustrious sorcerer do? He gave it what it wanted, and stuck his hand inside. It ate his hand. Then the hole grew and ate the sorcerer. So what do we learn from this short and tasty tale, dear ones? Don't go putting things you can't get back into strange holes.
James, can you DM me if true, false, or half truth, please, just so I can put it for my.
I will put it in Discord. So
tally.
it's, yeah.
Thank you. Just so I can I've got your scores basically. It's just so I can put a tick or cross.
There you go.
Okay. John Smith.
John Smith kind of gets out of his bedroll and picks up some dirt from around the fire and trying to imitate what the other two mages have done is cast the dirt into the fire and hopeful looking to see whether anything changes.
No, you just
Since
throw
nothing-
dirt to the fire.
Yeah,
Since nothing does,
I
with his-
removed the image from the fire at that point.
Since nothing does, and he kind of looks a bit bashful, really, that he tried such a thing. So,
Well, John Smith.
there was a soldier, but he wasn't from
No,
around these.
true or false?
Yeah, like,
But he wasn't from around
No,
these.
true or false?
we're voting after the story, you utter fuckwit.
Oh. Sorry,
Still drunk from last night.
He really is.
I would say true.
Okay. Grog.
Sorcerers are obviously foolish to warnings. I'd say true.
Nolan.
I'd say the wisdom of the story is true. Don't put things into a hole. But the story itself is false.
Sabriel.
Half true.
Nolan. James, please feel free to reveal.
Although I appreciate the sentiment of Nolan's response, I'm afraid that technically this story was only half true. This manor and these lands did exist, but there was no man-eating book. Perhaps temper your expectations in the future, everyone.
50% chance, I hear. Okay, John Smith. Would you like to throw some dirt in again?
It might work this time.
John Smith, after hearing James' story and then seeing the wizardry that the two mages have done to tell their stories with the campfire, he'll shimmies out of his bedroll and he grabs a handful of dirt from the ground and tosses it into the fire, hopeful that it sputters green flames. Obviously, as it doesn't, John kind of looks a little bit embarrassed and just tries to clear his throat. So, there was a soldier, but he wasn't from around these parts. He was from another universe called Eberron. And after fighting in the Great Wars for 30 years, he was free. He was left free by his masters to do what he wants. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to explore the world more because all he'd known is war. So, as he goes wandering, he slips into a rift suddenly in the woods and finds himself in a different universe. Unaware of his surroundings, he just so happens to run into a caravan, and the caravan, in their good nature, takes him in, gives him food, gives him water, gives him a place to stay, and in return he offers them his sword, and fights for them. And even to this day, he's ever a watchful guardian for the caravan, always a friend, always travelling.
can you DM me what that is, please?
Really?
Just in case. Thank you. James.
True.
Grog.
False.
Nolan.
True. People.
Sabriel.
Half true.
Would you like to reveal, John Smith?
Really, Alex? Really? It's a false story.
Fuck.
It's one I've read in a book somewhere in some tavern.
You know what I thought?
IRL. It was my last character. It was a Warforged character.
Yeah.
I assume.
Exactly. So I thought it was a previous fucking adventuring
Well,
party.
no, that didn't exist. It didn't happen.
You know what I thought in character?
not
I
canon.
thought that was your mental imaginings from where your echo comes from.
No. It was actually the backstory for my last character, my
The second you
Warforged.
said Eberron, I knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basic-
Grog,
yeah.
would you like to lead the way? Sorry, I'm just aware of time, and I am going to keep you all for an extra hour, so get fucked.
Panic.
So when you said a long story's fine,
True. My bad.
Sun Tzu, War and Peace.
The friends we made along the way and all that. Go for it, Grog.
A long time ago, in the far future, legends tell of an ancient evil possessing the ancestral home of a noble lineage, seemingly cast out and lost to time forevermore. Yet, at times deep in the shadows along the bladed shore of a realm far beyond, this house can be found, its mist, drawing in unsuspecting fools to face the horrors languishing. One such night sees the mist lay claim to the souls of 5 aimless souls. I shouldn't have used souls twice. Shunned from the warmth of hospitality. They numbered 5, a disciple of the shadow, a holy warrior, a wielder of magic, and 2 soldiers, one wielding blade, and one the path of the arrow. As the mist lured them all towards the defiled grounds, few had heard stories of what would await them, but they would pale to the true horrors that lingered beneath the decrepit surface. As the threshold was crossed, the trap was sprung upon the chiming of the hour that rang throughout the house, seemingly within their very minds, the entryway sealed, almost as if it never existed. And in front of them, messages appeared, seemingly caked in blood, seemingly bleeding from within the walls themselves, declaring that should the clock chime midnight, death will soon claim them all unless they appease the beast within. Hope that the message spoke true of possible salvation, the victims of the mist set off, searching for any trace of how to escape the house, or perhaps slay the beast that may be what was menacing the land. As they searched every inch of the accursed place, it seemed it was seeped in the pain that was unleashed upon the denizens, some of the traumas still lingering beyond the deaths of those at the center of the calamity. One such form was the magic that overtook the stuffed creatures that lingered within the lounge. Lost the pace, give me a minute. Am I? There we go. Bringing to life the wolves, long since hunted and gutted and stripped, yet now they arose ready for a hunt, and set upon the party. Even when they were slain, that did not stop them for long, but a foul sorcery beguiled them, refused to leave their husks, raising them again and again, constantly harrying. What the fuck is this frozen? Constantly harrying their attempts to solve the mystery surrounding them, always dragging them back. Descending into the crypt, time itself seemed to twist. Tombstones, engraved, declaring dead members that walked among them. and yet crypts below, containing bodies abandoned above. Strange happenings even develop further. The chant, alongside the chiming of the hour. He is ancient. He is the land. As the final descent, they encountered it, the beast. The clock chimed midnight, and battle was once fought. Fire, steel, and might clashed against flesh of the beast, its armor and weapon both. It crashed with malevolent intent against its prey, leaving barely any survivors in its wake. Soon only 2 stood against it. Both soldiers, others knocked down. In a desperate cry, they hummed out a tune they'd heard within the house. It seemed to freeze the beast, as if the mage himself had cast some form of freeze upon his veins, stalling it, and it revealed its heart. A young babe, seemingly related to all the trauma. Quick on the draw, the soldier aimed true at the source of the beast's life and snuffed out what was left of the child. They both cried out, a piercing scream that shook the very foundations of the dilapidated manor. And then fell silent. His body came undone, as the magic binding it seemingly dissipated. Though victory was short-lived, the manor was seemingly held together by the sheer will of the creature that existed, and it seemed in its final attempt to deny us victory.
Okay. James.
You back? I just went RTC connecting out the corner of my eye.
Yeah,
yeah.
you're back. Yeah, don't worry.
Hello.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
back.
gonna stop there because I realized I went on for too long and I was already cutting shit out. I'm just gonna shut up for the rest of the session because I said to.
You're
Don't
fine.
worry, Sabriel will give you some competition. True.
John Smith.
I know that story. We lived it a couple of days ago. It's true.
Grog. Told the story. Nolan.
I'm annoyed because I didn't get to say the final line.
Go on, say the final line.
Okay, right, it's cringe as fuck what I'm gonna say. Many questions remain of the horrors that were faced that night. What truly went down there? Did anyone survive? Perhaps the story is not yet over, but most importantly, what became of the 5 brave adventurers who faced the nightmares? Well, if you stick around, you may find out that their story is still being written.
Ooh, what a fucking shit ending. You should have left it untold.
Nolan.
Sorry, I'm proud of that one.
True.
Sabriel.
Half true.
Okay. And Mr. Grog. What's the answer?
It was half true.
I was gonna say, I got it as half true.
I said the wolves set upon the party as if they attacked us and they kept
I-
resurrecting.
I was gonna say, I thought you did that for
Wordplay,
That's
motherfucker.
embellishment. I thought-
It was technically correct as well, half of it, because they were constantly harrying us.
Let-
That's
let-
not the way I read it.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You yap for far too long, so I kind of
Yeah.
like
No,
zoned it out.
I heard that bit. I intentionally just ignored to take it into account.
Nolan, would you like to take your go?
Yeah.
Shut up now.
It was very good, Serpa. Very good.
There was a soul. No, sorry. Well, so when I'm like getting into telling the story, I get a really far-off look in my eyes. And when I first became a cleric and was sent out to do good wherever it was, I was sent into a border village. And a few days after I arrived there was a siege, and it was the Red Wizards of Day that were trying to conquer the city. And as the days went by and as the fighting continued, the red mists came down and reanimated all the combatants from both sides. And as a priest or cleric, I tried to go out, but I was told it was a useless action because I was going to be helpless out there. And I watched children, women, and everyone just fall. And from that day on, I swore to never, no matter how helpless it seemed, let anyone suffer if I can do anything to help it. And that's it.
Can you DM me the answer, please?
Yeah.
Okay. James.
True.
John Smith.
True.
Broke.
Half true. Also, you're just basically doing the Bastani voting off screen, or they're not voting on this, so it's just
They're
curious.
off screen. Yeah.
Fair enough, I was just curious.
Nolan. I figured I can't really do it when I know the answers.
Nolan. You keep doing this.
I've told the story though.
Yeah,
Fuck me. Sabriel.
3 for 3,
So
pal.
I'm going down a list.
True.
Okay. Would you like to reveal, Nolan?
It was a half true.
let's go.
It was only feuding lords, and it wasn't anyone. Some people died, but nothing more. But I was still not allowed to help.
Did you just take the plot of the D&D movie?
No. I just realized they were something, and it was undeads and clerics,
Yeah.
and they fit the
Fair
bill.
enough. Okay. Sabriel.
Brace yourself.
To finish it off.
Make me feel less bad, please.
I'm
Why?
bracing.
Yours was really good.
I cut stuff out and I still got
It-
blamed for being too long.
It's the length.
Don't let women tell you otherwise, Serpon. Length is important.
How you use it, not as much.
So, when I was traveling along the roads, it was a long journey, so I had to stop off, and I came across a camp that was already there, and you know, I figured that was a good place to stay for the night. And there was a fire quite similar to this one with people sat around, and people there were telling stories. They'd already begun by the time I arrived, and one of them who was telling was this man, very strong, very tall man, black hair, black beard, and he said that once he had been working in the woods, and you know, it was getting late, he was heading home, it was starting to rain, and he wanted somewhere to shelter. And as he kept walking through the woods, there was a light he could see, and he headed for it, thinking, you know, maybe there'll be some sort of shelter, company at least, from the dark, and the rain. And as he got there, it was a cottage, and inside there were a group of people telling stories, a competition, in fact. The reward was a golden cup for the person who could tell the best story. And this man, he never could think of any stories to tell. He didn't know any stories. He wasn't the sort of man who knew stories. He could build you a wall. He could chop down a tree for you. He wasn't a storyteller. But it was raining, it was dark, and it was cold, and so he came inside. And as the night went on, more and more stories were told. He got more and more worried, thinking, I'm going to have to tell a story at some point. I don't have any stories. Something must come to me. And then, as it came to his turn, he didn't have anything. And he stood up and he said, I'm sorry, I don't have any story to tell. So the old man who had been sort of, in charge of this competition said, well, this is a competition, there are rules, and if you have no story to tell, you must take a forfeit. Go down to the nearby lake, take this thimble, and you must bail all of the rainwater out of my boat. When you have finished, you can come back and enjoy the rest of the night here. So the man took the thimble, and he went down to the lake, went out into the cold, into the dark, and it had stopped raining by that point, but it wasn't nice. And as he was bailing the water out, he could hear people still laughing and telling stories up at the house. And, after a couple of scoops with the thimble, it's so small, especially for a big man like him, he thought, you know what, they're all inside. I'll just scoop out with my hands. So he did. He set to scooping all of the water out, and with such big hands, it was a pretty quick job. Soon there was just a small puddle of water left in the bottom of the boat. But it was just, when you can't quite get that last bit. So he thought, I'll climb in the boat. It'll be easier to bail it out from inside the boat. So he stands up and he, steps into the boat. And he puts one foot in. And he goes to lift the other foot. And that feeling when you step into a boat? And he lifts his other foot up and the boat rocks. He goes out into the water and he slips and his feet go up, his head goes down and he's knocked out. Completely unconscious. After a while, who knows how long, he comes to again. You can see the stars above him, the moon shining, and he sits up. He's drifted totally out into the middle of the lake, and just he's unsure what to do. So he sort of goes to scratch his beard, thinking, what does he do? And his face is smooth. There's no hair on his cheek. He goes to scratch his head. It's, instead of sort of wiry hair that he had before, it's fine. And he follows it down over his shoulders, and it's long. And he has no hair on his arms. His fingers are long and slender. And he leans over the edge of the boat, staring back at him with the shivering moon reflected on the water, is the face of a woman. And so, she can't think of what else to do. So she rows the boat to the edge of the water and climbs out. And there's a path going through the woods, so she starts along this path, and coming towards her is a figure through the darkness. And coming along this path is actually a young man. He says, hello, what are you doing out here? And she wants to say hello, but it comes out a bit more like hello. So he says, what's your name? And she says, Jimmy. And the young man says, Jimmy, that's a strange name for such a fine-looking young woman. Where are you going, Jimmy? And, well, after everything strange happening, she doesn't know where she's going. She shakes her head, and he says, well, where did you come from, then? And again, she shakes her head. And so he says, if you don't know where you're going, and you don't know where you've come from, you're lost. My mother and I live in a cottage just down the path. She won't mind if you want to sleep in front of the fire for the night, and at least that way you won't wake up soaked in dew. Take my hand, come with me, and, you know, Jimmy, what else can she do? So she takes his hand and follows him, and it feels quite peculiar. But they get to the cottage, and the old woman welcomes them in and gives Jimmy a blanket. And that night she sleeps curled up in front of the fire. And the next morning she wakes up and remembers all the events of the day before and goes to put her hand to her cheek, and it's still soft, it's still smooth. As she's staring into the embers of the fire, the old woman comes up and says, you know, if you're still confused about, you know, where you're going, you're welcome to stay with us as long as you want, if you earn your keep. And so Jimmy says thank you, and the days turn into weeks, and the weeks turn into months. Eventually, the old woman falls at one point, and although they call for, you know, the closest that they have to a doctor around there, she just gets weaker and weaker until, you know, she can barely swallow, barely breathe. And with, you know, some of her last breaths, she calls for her son, she calls for Jimmy, and as they stand over the bed, she looks from one face to another, and then, even though her eyes are still open, whatever was behind them that gave them life is just gone. So they hold a funeral, and after the funeral, Jimmy and the young man walk back from the church through the fields into the cottage, and as they're sort of almost there, Jimmy stops, the young man stops, and they look at each other, and he says to Jimmy, we're all alone now, except for each other, and ever since I met you, I've loved you. Jimmy, would you do me the honor of being my wife? And it had been months, you know, they'd been living together, spending this time together, working together, and so Jimmy says yes. And soon they were married, and it was a lovely wedding. And after the wedding, the days turned into weeks, the weeks turned into months, and the months turned into years, and Jimmy had a baby. She had a boy, and then she had a second, and she had a third, and she watched with pride and love, and not a little surprise as the three boys grew up. And after a while, you know, one day, it had been raining all day, it was a Sunday, and the boys were bouncing off the walls, and by the evening, it had stopped raining, so Jimmy suggests, you know, maybe they go for a walk as a family, something to get the energy out, so they can all sleep. So she takes her husband's hand, and the boys run ahead, and they follow the path wherever it goes. They end up eventually walking along the shore of the lake, and on the lake there's a rowing boat, and when Jimmy sees it, all the events of her life just pass through her mind, and she stops. And, you know, her husband says, Jimmy, are you okay? And she says, yes, I need to think for a moment. You go on ahead with the boys. I won't be long, I'll follow you. So they go on, they leave her to think for a moment, and she looks around for somewhere to sit, but, you know, there's nowhere. It's been raining, there's just the wet sand and the rocks at the edge of the shore of the lake, so the only place really is the boat. So she lifts one foot up and puts it in the boat, and then she lifts the other foot up, and suddenly the boat jerks out into the water, and her legs go up, her head goes down, she's knocked out. And when she wakes up, she's lying in the bottom of the boat, and again, like that night years ago, there's the stars above her and the moon, and as she sits up, she kind of puts her hand to her chin and feels a beard, and as she looks down and sees her arms, and they're covered in hair, and she's wearing like a shirt and trousers, and she leans over the edge of the bed, over the edge of the boat, and in the water next to the reflection of the moon is the face of a man, and she says, just cries out, "No, my husband and my sons." And so he rose to the shore, stumbling up the hill, calling, "Husband, sons, where are you?" And eventually, in the distance, there's a cottage. Bursts in, and there's a man standing up, telling stories. And Jimmy pushes him out of the way and says, "Has anyone seen my husband and my sons? Please, has anyone?" And there's this little old man who says, "Your husband? Have you scooped all the rainwater out of the boat yet? Only one story has gone by since you've been gone." One story? So Jimmy tells the whole story of what had happened since leaving the cottage. And everyone is just staring, amazed and confused, doubtful, except for the little old man. And he says, "We'll have no more stories tonight after this." And Jimmy here and presents him with the golden cup for the finest story he's ever heard. And then he draws out another one, a silver cup, and gives it to Jimmy and says, "The biggest lie I've ever heard." And from that point on, Jimmy has always had a story to tell whenever there's a campfire, people gathering in the dark.
Danimir, Eliza, Arturi, and Irina genuinely all kind of look at each other like... None of them know the answer. I don't think I know the answer. Can you DM it to me, please?
What level of meta are we working on here? I'm not sure.
I have fucking no clue. I'm so fucking lost.
I'm caught somewhere between 7 levels of meta and 11.
You can have your inspiration, but also can you add that to your notes so I can read it again? At some point?
I can, so it is not my creation because I can't come up with shit. That is a retelling of someone else's story, and
That's
I can
good, then.
share the audio file with anybody who wants to hear it afterwards.
I don't know if I should exempt myself, considering the fact I've already heard it.
Yeah, but do
Roll
you
a-
know if it's
roll a dice,
considered
roll a 1d3.
true or not true?
Well, technically,
truth
I don't. I guess it
Yeah.
depends on how you want to consider it.
I mean, you told me bits about your story, so.
Can't believe you used someone else's story. Couldn't be me.
Hey, hang on a sec.
Wait a minute.
Ignore Jake written all over everything I read.
Do you mind just DMing me if it's true or false?
yeah.
Thank you. You can have your inspiration as well, you fucking nerd.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
I saw that.
James.
My dice say I should say false.
Okay. And John Smith.
False.
And Grok.
Half true.
Nolan.
False.
Okay. Sabre, would you like to reveal?
It is, as far as I'm aware, false. But I did hear this story, so I mean, you could argue it was half true, but I don't know.
And Irina kind of goes up to you and goes, you hear this outside of the mist?
Yeah.
Your world sounds so full of life and interest and not just dark. I hope someday I get to see it.
Hopefully you will.
Stanimir claps his hands once again and goes, "And I believe that's everyone? Now then, by my calculation, winning with 4 guesses correct, I must say. Quite a low victory, but that must just be how good of storytellers you all are." And he scoops up the mat and passes it over to James. Goes, "Congratulations, sir."
Thank you. Thank you all for your stories.
There you go, I'll copy and paste what it was down there so you can add all that to your inventory. As it comes to the end, Stanimir looks at you and goes,
Midnight.
I think I'm gonna call it a night, so, did you want me to look after the little raven? Just for the night?
Yeah,
Yeah, take care.
would be
everyone.
appreciated.
Alright.
Seem better acquainted with her.
Yeah.
And Blue just kind of hops over to his shoulder and goes, well, when your business is concluded, please feel free to return to the fire and rest well. I imagine you'll need it for your journey to the windmill tomorrow, won't you?
Right.
Indeed, we should get
Some
some
sweet,
sleep.
sweet
shouldn't we?
pie.
Arturi stands up and goes, I think I'll also take my leave, if it's all the same with you. It's been a beautiful evening, but, well, I think it's time for me to go. But it's been an absolute pleasure to get to know you all, and thank you for letting me know about Rudolph. I appreciate it. Until next time we meet.
Do you not want to stay the night? It is dark after all.
And with a sad smile, he looks at you and goes, the camp is in danger each moment I linger here after dark. I've been selfish tonight, and I've pushed my fortunes as far as I dare, but I dare not remain any longer for fear that terror might follow, and that's not fair for everyone else here.
Terror? What's after you? Can we help?
Roll me a persuasion check. It's complicated, but the undead pursue me wherever I go, and they've haunted me each night for the past 18 years. They're easy enough to shake off, but not when I'm in crowds, so I tend to keep to myself. A man once vowed that undead shall take me, and although they have not yet succeeded, they never fail to try. But some tales wound the teller, so I ask you kindly to not ask no more.
Will you be safe?
I've survived 18 years so far. What's another night? Come now, we'll see each other again. Until then. And he grabs his kind of backpack, chucks it over his shoulder and gives you a bow. And walks off into the night.
Is it fair to say that we are at least aware of Zabriel's hushed conversation with Arthur?
You're only aware of what he said.
Yeah. I mean the fact that they had it, not what was said during it.
Okay. Aware of time, so I will fast forward a little bit.
Sorry.
No, not at all. It's my fault for putting the combat encounter in. Okay, what did you want to do?
Let's go
Meet
straight.
either at the crossroads ASAP, I guess.
No.
Okay. Pallid Moon gone.
Just thinking. How far was it again?
To the crossroads.
Yeah.
1.5 miles, about 30 minutes.
Okay. What could we guesstimate what time it is now?
It's coming up to about 9, 10. Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
Nothing else for us to do, might as well.
As we're sort of walking away from the fire, can I just comment to the group? Considering what Eva told us when we left, should we maybe at least try and
Sneak.
be not loud?
Hey.
Like,
Irina gives a firm nod.
I think we have time. Let's be cautious. Keep our ears peeled.
How are you doing such? Are you just being aware of anyone kind of following? Are you trying to cover your tracks? Give me details.
I gesture to our forest expert and our sneaky expert and say, Grok, Sabriel, could you maybe give us some ideas on how we could navigate this place a bit more sneakily? Maybe.
Let him cook.
I
Can't use Natural Explorer, so I can't get anything from that.
If we're sneaking to be slower, could we not then be moving for longer than an hour, theoretically?
Absolutely.
Oh,
if you're
no,
being
wait,
very
maybe.
careful.
Yeah.
No, wait, no, hold on. I have an idea. That's...
Don't forget to add all that shit to your inventory at some point, Luke.
Yeah, I'll possibly have to.
That hairbrush has a value, and I'll find it.
I will likely give back anything.
I
that
thought you would.
wagered, don't worry. In fact, actually, I'll just say that that's happened already, guys. Anything that you lot wagered, you can have it back. I'll keep the stuff that the.
Irina
Sorry,
looks
Gabe.
very appreciative.
Yeah, especially considering the sentimental value. I have no need for it, and better in.
John's just like, fuck's sake, I tried to get rid of this.
You don't want incense? It smells so good though.
But you'll
what,
smell
is he
better
get-
with it.
What
Does
I
he
will
give-
ask
Is
is...
he giving the helmet back?
What I will ask is, can everyone roll me a stealth check? We will do a group stealth check.
Okay. Thanks, team. Can we, with the abilities of Grolk and Sabriel, could we maybe like do it with advantage?
I would say, since you're taking a long time, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, no, I think I thought of something.
Go
Unless
on.
we're fine
No,
with this.
oh, let bro cook. Go on, cook.
I don't know how it... No, this doesn't work, because it still
Okay,
doesn't
I
give me an
think
idea.
one.
It
I
just
think
gives me the... No, it gives you the groundwork to come up with an idea in
Sure.
theory, but...
That's fine, just roll me an advantage stealth check. So we got 10.
John, you should
14,
probably reroll.
7.
Oh, wait, is that? Oh.
That's my disadvantage roll.
Oh yeah, so it'll just be a 3, because it'll be normal. What was the... If that's disadvantage, can you just roll a normal stealth check and take the first number?
What?
Because you'll have advantage, so it'll balance out to be a normal roll.
Oh, then 7.
Okay. And, Grolk, can you roll again, please?
Okay.
Okay, better. And Sabriel.
27 with the natural 20.
Okay, the natural 20.
Does
I don't
the
think
D100 have anything for stealth?
Do I?
Weren't
need
there
to roll
5 of us?
200 for that, or is that not this
You
conversation?
can't get better than a nat 20, obviously. You,
Fucking god.
Is that
what?
Yeah, Irina's
I-
coming.
Sabriel rolled a nat 20. Weren't there 5 of us? That's dumb.
The Raven! No. As you're kind of walking up the path, you're constantly keeping track of your surroundings, and you actually step off the main path and kind of climb through the woods instead that kind of are on the side of this mountain trail. And I would say, for sake of speeding things up, because I really want to get the reading done today.
Yeah.
Halfway through the walk, Sabriel, you heard the sound of a snapping twig that cut through the silence like shattering glass. But then, the second you turn around and the figure caught eye contact with you, the sound abruptly fell silent, and you could hear the footsteps sprint back. And you continue all the way to the crossroads, and there's no obvious signs, and you are very much alert. So, if you were aware, you would be aware if they were following you. So you reach the crossroads, and eventually, when you do reach it, you know that you haven't been followed all the way, but someone tried. But-
In the sense that they like tried to follow us, but then turned back.
Tried to follow you, realized this is not going to work, and then gave up.
Okay. NT, go next.
Pretty much. But the well-worn path eventually returns to the crossroads, where it's now illuminated beneath this pale, sickly light of the moon. And across the road, the mist-shrouded headstones seem to hunker down in the gloom beside an old wooden gallows, whose frayed rope now dangles lifelessly within the still air. But a squat, cloaked silhouette stands beside the gallows, folded arms and waiting.
We approach them.
And as you approach, Her voice rasps like a chill wind as she whispers, "What did I say to you before you departed my tent?"
Come alone.
Very well. And who is your other friend? What did I call my previous pet?
Wrong.
Good. Then you are who you'll say you are. Nothing wrong with being too careful. After all, destiny is a fickle thing. Well then. I suggest you remain silent and you enjoy the spectacle. And she stands to the side and she gestures for you to watch the road.
Watching.
As this eerie green light begins to suffuse from the graveyard, and from this light emerges a ghostly procession. Wavering images of doughty women toting greatswords, woodwise men with slender bows, dwarves with glittering axes, and archaically dressed mages with beards and strange pointed hats. All of these creatures and ghosts move forth from the graveyard, marching, with their numbers growing by the second. Madame Eva chuckles and goes, "Each spirit in this march shares a common trait. Can you guess what that might be?"
Soldiers in an army?
Wrong. Any other guesses?
They're dead.
Well, that is certainly true, but that is not what point I am trying to get across.
They
Look.
defied Strahd.
That is also true. And closer to the truth I wish to tell you. Look at them closer. What aren't they?
Alive.
Psycho.
They are not Barovian.
Oh.
Dwarves.
Where do you suppose they might be headed?
Home.
No, certainly not.
To the castle.
Correct. These are not the spirits of the people buried here, but of people who have tried to destroy Strahd. Each night they march upon the gates, and each night they fail. This, and she gestures with her open arms to the ghosts, this is the precipice upon which you stand. Do you understand?
If we seek the end of the Dark Master of this land, this is our potential fate.
We will become green ghosts.
And that is the key word, potential. There are many paths amongst the webs of fate, and I can only see what may be, not what will. I can tell you what you must do, but I cannot ensure your success, and if you fail, I look forward to explaining your ghosts to the next group that will try. A place without legacy, a place without glory, and a place without love. Do you understand?
Yes.
And yet, if you wish to put aside this mission, no souls could blame you. There is no shame in flight from a foe that no others have defeated. But, if you wish me to read your futures, I can read your palms, I could gaze into my crystal ball. I can tell you the face of your true love, the path to good health in your elder years, or the success you might find in the trades of a profession. Or I could read you your cards and set you upon a path that ends only when either your foe is vanquished or you are. The choice is yours.
Well, the choice is to have a happy life. Happy. Here in Barovia, or return from whence we came to our homes.
I never use the word happy life in Barovia, for it would very much not be as such.
What say you all?
I like
know,
the
for
idea
one.
of the cards.
I like the idea of cards.
As do I.
Very well. Emily, can you come shuffle a deck for me? They won't believe me if I do it.
That's true, we won't.
Hello, Emily.
In her
My
hoodie.
wife.
Madam
So I'll-
Eva's ghost.
Out of all your note-taking chairs, this is probably the most important and the pinnacle of your note-taking.
Hey.
Madam Eva takes the first deck, and then she splits it into two. One deck much higher stacked than the other, and she starts shuffling the first deck.
Yeah, I know we can
What
see
you
that.
put on your hands.
I didn't know she had
That's
so
fine,
many
just-
colors in her. You know, it was.
You came to my wedding.
Oh, Madam Eva. Fuck's sake!
Oh,
you know,
okay.
come
Emily,
on.
you are.
She was like,
Come on,
"No, she has so
Jake."
much colours in her hair." He's talking about Madam Eva.
I know Emily's got fucking
Thank
colors in her hair.
Are you
fuck's
happy
sake.
with Emily shuffling that?
Yep. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
And the second deck?
done a great job.
Wow. How much was that?
Don't want to talk about it. They asked how much it cost. The box set.
That is indeed an answer.
I had to buy this for the in-person group. All
Did
of them.
Oh.
did our donations pay for that or help towards it?
No, your donations paid for the blood. Which are going to be so good for the other group session on Tuesday. Wow.
All right. All right.
Okay, and you're happy
Listen,
with Madam
Si.
Eva shuffling the second deck?
Apart
Yeah.
from the dropped one, yeah.
Hey, I never said she was good. Thank you, Clem, assistant.
I never said she was good.
Oh, got my headphones.
This is where he's picking the cards and I'm off screen anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
Come on, man. I'll hold them here then for you.
You need a card.
Her old?
camp.
Yeah, card cam. Like a blackjack player.
yeah.
Okay. Her old hands work deftly as the ancient seer removes a number of cards from the top. The remaining cards she shuffles as my glamorous assistant just performed. But I can do it again if you so wish.
No. We've got time to save, come on.
As she shuffles the deck, you noticed by her side... I forgot to change the ambience. As she shuffles the deck, you notice a velvet pouch upon the ground beside her that wasn't present a moment before. Her eyes meet yours as you look, and then she cackles quietly. The task you seek of me is no small boon. In exchange, I would ask for something of my own. Sorry, I need to hold these here so you can see I'm not fucking around with them. And she raises an eyebrow and looks at you. May I ask of a small favor?
What do you wish?
Yes.
My great-grandniece, Arabella, will celebrate her 10th name day in 2 days' time. And for this occasion, I wish to provide a gift. But in my weary old age, I am quite unable to make this journey myself. Thus, if you wish to gather that velvet pouch, Master Jolfir, you will find 10 gold pieces. I ask for you to buy her a toy at Blinksy's Toys in Vallaki. They are, after all, her favorite, and I believe you'll enjoy meeting the crazed toy magician. I
look forward to it.
apologize in advance. But if you could purchase such and deliver the toy to the Vistani encampment southwest of Vallaki's West Gate by noon on name day, well, you are welcome to keep any change.
Very well.
Good. I think you'll enjoy speaking with Arabella. She is a most peculiar child, and you may find befriending her family a gift in itself. Any questions?
Did she mention what particular gift to get?
Just
What's that, sorry?
A toy.
Just a toy, any toy.
Yeah, a toy.
Use your discretion.
What is it about the family you think will find beneficial?
Her father, Luvash, is the leader of the Vallakian Vistani encampment, and his brother, Aragul, is a rather perceptive and intelligent man. I can't type whilst holding these cards to prove I'm not tampering.
Fine. Vague spellings.
If you approve, let us get down to business.
Defeat Lord Strahd.
What?
No,
Let's get
Alex,
down to-
Alex is being rude.
We're buying toys.
For
Madam
a
Eva,
10-year-old! Nolan, you nonce.
Madam Eva sets both decks upon the earth before her, and she closes her eyes as she places the right hand over the surface of the larger deck, with the crimson flames beginning to dim and swirl in eldritch patterns as her lips begin to move silently. A distant tension spreads through the air as the sounds of the rustling trees, the rippling pool beyond the tent's walls begin to dim, or the gallows walls, sorry, and the external world begins to grow mute and insubstantial as the space within grows more solid, more real. Slowly and reverently, the crone draws 3 cards from the top of the deck and lays them face down. Oh. Did my
Yeah.
Roll20 just crash?
No,
There we go. We're back.
We're so
It doesn't like my Microsoft. It doesn't like Microsoft either, apparently. Slowly, the crone draws 3 cards from the top of the deck and lays them face down separately on the ground, with the second laid between and above its partners. She then moves to the smaller deck and draws 2 more cards. The first she places below the first 3 to form a cross, and the second she places in the center. The shadows of the headstones around her begin to sway like silhouettes as they lean in towards the cards like anxious watchers. Yet the air within the cemetery is perfectly still. No light intrudes besides the light of the 3 candles by her. No voice rings out in the silence. And the shadows and mists swirl beyond the graves where the darkness of deepest night dwells. Here at its center, light yet reigns. Until the crone moves her wrinkled hand to the leftmost card. This one here, if you can see my ping.
Yeah.
She closes her eyes and tilts her head as if listening to an unspoken word. The arcane light begins to swirl and then shifts, with their colors changing to a deep piercing blue. She looks at you all and says, "This card tells of history. Knowledge of the ancient will help you understand your enemy." And she flips the card. Alternatively, there you are.
Right.
The traitor. And the cerulean light begins to dance across the surface as it reveals an illustration of a smirking guardsman looking up at a haughty priest. The priest's pointed fingers are mere inches from the guardsman's nose as the guardsman readies a wickedly curved dagger behind his back. The 9 of Glyphs. The traitor. And her dark pupils shift from side to side as though reading from an unseen text, and she holds her finger up and points forward and goes, I see the ancient foe of an old and noble house. A lost soul will lead you to him. If you want the traitor card, that's what it looks like, but it's also on your screen. Okay. She moves her hand to the second card, this one up here.
Which one? Sorry.
Up here, the top one.
Okay.
And as she closes her eyes and listens once more, the candlelight begins to flare, with its colour bursts into this fierce, cheery yellow. This card. Fascinating. This card tells of a powerful force for good and protection. And she looks at Nolan. A holy symbol of great hope. And she flips the card. This time, the light reveals another illustration. One moment.
Is it
An armored... What's that, sorry?
Is it inverted?
This one.
The one you held. But
Yeah, it's just because of the way, Oh, sorry, it's just because I held it up wrong. There you go.
no, that's okay. It's sometimes in like tarot and things.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Emily does tarot reading, so I know what you mean, yeah. No, it's not. Inversion doesn't matter with Tarokka. You see an armored warrior that clutches a cracked iron sword with his face wielding fierce determination. It's the Four of Swords, the mercenary. And her eyes stare deep into the shadows that lurk within the corners of the graveyard. I see... She looks staggered for a second. I see a great lupine dwelling within the shadows of a lake. You will find what you seek within its skull. I understand your confusion, Sabriel, but I can simply state what the cards tell me. No more. She moves her hand to the third card, at the right arm of the cross, this one here. With her eyelids now closing like a trance, as her lips are pursed in quiet contemplation. But the candlelight vanishes, and for a heartbeat, everything goes pitch black, and then returns in an over of fierce, burning white, so pure and so strong and so clean that it hurts to look at. It even burns to see, and you have to avert your gaze momentarily, until eventually Madame Eva's eyes snap open, burning with a fierce determination. I imagine Master Smith will enjoy this one. This is a card of power and strength, a weapon of vengeance, a sword of sunlight. And she flips the card. That way.
Okay.
The light reveals a third illustration. The Five of Glyphs, the Elementalist. And now the crone's voice is strong and with purpose. The relic rests within a pile of treasure beyond a set of amber doors. She moves her hand to the fourth card, at the bottom of the cross, and listens once more, beginning to trace small circles across its back as she hums a contemplative note. And the magic flames leap and dance upon their wicks, now casting swirling, violent embers into the air as the wall of the forest and the graveyard and the gallows around you begin to gleam with the shimmer of a twilight. This card sheds light on one who will help you greatly in the battle against darkness. And I apologize for your fates, and Lady Coliana's are already fated. This is for someone else, lest you'd get confused. And she flips the card. This time, you see a quiet graveyard choked with fog. Its entrance is sealed with a sharp iron fence, and Madame Eva leans forward and goes, "The mist. Interesting. I did not foresee this. A lone Vistana wanders this land by herself, searching for her mentor. She does not stay in one place for long, and yet her story intertwines with yours. Seek her out where light once shined the brightest, near the edge of the mists." And finally, she moves her hand to the fifth card, and she recoils in fear, with her brow furrowing until the wrinkles split her forehead like a trench, and behind her shadows begin to encircle the candlelight until the light is very nearly swallowed by the creeping dark. When she next speaks, her voice is scarcely above a whisper. "Your enemy is a creature of darkness, whose power is beyond mortality. And when the hour of judgment arrives, and the fate of this very land is decided, this card will lead you to him. Do I make myself clear?"
Yes.
And she flips the card, revealing the marionette. Its final illustration is only barely visible through the smoke and unnatural murk, and upon the card's surface, you see the depiction of a crowned grinning emperor clad in royal finery reaching for a goblet of wine. Though his limbs are wooden puppet limbs, and they are lashed to corded strings that disappear into the darkness overhead. Madame Eva slowly exhales, catching her breath. "The marionette. You must look to great heights that tower the lair where ravens fear to fly. You must find the beating heart of the castle, where you will find him waiting nearby." The old woman freezes, and then rocks back, with her eyes rolling until their whites gleam like pearls in the darkness, and then she snaps back with the candlelight burning down to its ordinary crimson glow. The sound of the natural world returns. You hear the whispering of the wind through the trees, the distant hooting of an owl, and the faraway lapping of the Ivlis River against the banks of the mountain. Silver moonlight once again pierces the edge of the cemetery, and you feel yourselves begin to breathe for the first time since the reading began. And Madame Eva says nothing. She just regards you silently with empty eyes.
You went slightly too quick with one of those readings. It was just the relic one. I got rests amongst a pile of treasures behind something doors. Set of amber doors.
Remember, there'll be Luke's VOD.
And I've basically quoted everything he said. I've managed to type
I tried
it
to
in
speak
time.
slowly.
It worked. I typed it all up. I missed a few words.
The last one I fucked up. It's alright though.
Madame Eva looks at you and goes, "You understand that you cannot ask any more of me. The threads of fate cannot be beckoned like a servant or conjured like a cheap magician's trick. I simply tell you what I see from the cards, and no more. You will tell no servant of Strahd of what you have just heard.
Heard what?
What are you going to
Return to the Seer Pool. Rest. For you have a long and dangerous journey ahead of you. And that's not just the path to Valaki.
Will you not return with us?
I will not. I will instead linger. This place holds special memories for me, and I will return when I am ready. But fear not, Master Jolfir. I have little to fear from the creatures that prowl these woods, I can assure you.
Don't worry, it wasn't for your safety I was concerned. I have faith in you in that front.
You wish to ask me questions, then you may ask them now.
I had one earlier. Forgive me, I must recollect. Yes. When we first arrived in these lands, we were looking for any measure of safety, and we came across many paths, and as there was fog and mist beating down upon us, we saw a corpse in the ground, and we found a compass on the corpse, and there was a man by the name of Dalvin. It seems, presumably, the corpse belonged to him, or the compass belonged to him. Sorry,
Dalvin Alensky. Yes, I know of the man.
Oh, okay. There was a writing on the tree that said, "The horseman rides, the seer spoke true." I assume you know the man then, and does the note? What does it mean?
He was a Barovian who came to my tent after the siege began within the village of the Barovia. He insisted upon hearing, and then defying his fate. A choice with tragic consequences. As with Strahd, do not ask me to disclose the nature of this foretelling. I am restricted and bound.
Strahd was the horseman, then?
He was not.
Very well. Thank you.
The positionings of the cards, are they important?
It is simply how we do the reading.
Okay.
We consider the arc of the cards almost like a spiral circling in on your final destination, hence the central card being potentially someone's final destination. Whether or not it is yours or your quarry's, I look forward to finding out.
I bet you do.
And
Jake.
what does that imply? Oh,
Jake.
okay.
Oh god.
You can have inspiration for remembering the horseman, by the way. I added that tiny little tidbit in, thinking, shit, what have they asked?
I finally wrote. I was going back through, I was Control F in the note, and I was like, anything about Eva? Wait, session 4? Why does that come up? Wait, see ya? Huh? Wait.
Good luck. And do not forget your deal with Arabella.
Nope.
Of course, I will not forget.
And with that, she turns her back to you after picking up the cards. And she just looks into the graveyard with a solemn prayer.
I think it's time we head back, chaps.
I think I
Right.
agree with you. Back to the
And as
pool.
you return to the fire, we will end the session there. Apologies that it overextended by an hour.
It's alright.
If you want, save your campfire kind of talkings with each other for next session. We can start with that for the first half hour. Kind of as just before you sleep, just kind of talking amongst each other.
Alright.
It's what I would have usually done this session, but we are currently at midnight for Alex.
Yep, that's fine by me.
We'll end the session there. Speaking of which, next Sunday.
Yeah.
Wait, okay.
Next Sunday works.
We know things? Question mark. Yay.
Well, me and Alex know things.
No shit. Just like the journal's just filled with 5 main quests now. One at
Pretty
the top,
much.
kill Strahd.
What? A new powerful sword for me?
Yeah.
Question mark? Maybe.
Thank you all for your stories. They were all very, very good.
I feel like Grogs was a little bit lazy.
Hey, appropriate considering it was with other people that, you know.
Didn't
Just-
know.
Just copied and pasted his own note is all he did.
I like the spin on it.
Hey, it was good.
Nice.
Yeah. Fuck those wolves with a passion. No, wait.
Very poor choice of words.
Fuck those walls passionately.
Don't quote that. I didn't say passion. No, bad. No.
I won't-
With passion, you said.
Fuck you if you keep this up.
I
That
won't
won't-
be giving you your I won't be giving you your background image and quote just. Well, you can have your quote actually.
Ooh.
Actually, no, you can't.
Oh.
For a reason,
Oh.
and you'll see tomorrow why, or maybe in
Okay.
like half an hour why.
Mhm.
But for now, go get some sleep, all of you. And if you have questions, you can ask me or watch Luke's VOD.
Are we level
Yeah.
4 yet?
No.
Ah!
No.
Take care, everyone.
Bye, Alex.
Sleep tight.
Bye-bye,
Thank you
everyone.
for tonight.
Oh,
Bye.
thank you all.